Yes, these things are still a little bit messy, fellas. Welcome everyone. Say something just for me to check this thing right here, Snake.
Hello? Hello? It's not letting up. Shit. Oh, there it goes. It's a little delayed. There we go. Yep, I'm looking at the stream now. It's working now. It's a little delayed.
No, yeah. Let me just increase your volume a little bit here on Discord.
Okay. Let me increase.
You know, fellas, these things happen. Every now and then we have to, fiddle with sound mixing and whatnot. It's usual. Also, let me fiddle with your avatar here. I'm gonna put you on this side. I'm gonna make you.
Wouldn't it be a VTuber stream without a little bit of scuff?
Oh my God, Snake! Why did you went for two pictures with so different sizes?
Because they're funny.
Oh my God, it's gonna mess with my shit. Also say hi to people, Snake. Come on, where are your manners, bro?
Hi, call me Dick's viewers. I am Sneku Snafu, everyone's favorite tactical English gun VTuber, on a temporary hiatus because I fucking dislocated my shoulder, which is fantastic. So, but I should be getting back into streaming sometime this week, now that I can actually move my arm around and actually move a mouse around without being in significant pain. So that's fun.
I mean, it could be worse. You could have become like Platinum Boy at this point, which, granted, it was not the case. Also, let me take a look here. Oh, okay. So for now, we have Mr. Bullets there with his somehow tentacle gifts, not gifts, fuck, emotes. And the ATF. Be gone, Alphabet Boys. And Alphabet Girls as well. Like, we don't like those here. We are not very fond of the government.
You're not gonna shoot my dogs and my family out in the middle of the woods.
Oh, hell no. I'm gonna bring the Claymore Roombas.
There you go, the Boombas.
Exactly.
Well, I've been playing the little bit of the Ready or Not update. And I'm disappointed with the Twitch mission, the streamer mission that they didn't make the Roomba a Boomba. I'm very disappointed in that.
I think I know which thing you're talking about. I actually saw something about it a little bit earlier.
Yeah, they should have made it a Boomba. That would have been mildly entertaining.
I literally saw someone posting on Twitter being like, oh, Ready or Not added this mission in which you have to assault the home of this quote streamer, this furry streamer that is connected to some particular circles over there, and the guy who posted that thing was like, okay, now I'm gonna buy your games, fellas. because I get to shoot that particular kind of people. Jesus Christ. It reminds me of Pot and Louie playing like the pedo ring mission in that game and just like shooting everyone in the back of their heads.
I mean, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, like a very quick lobotomy, a bullet-induced lobotomy, like I like to call.
I don't know what happened. He just took the gun and shot himself in the back of the head 3 times.
Three times, exactly.
3 times, yeah.
3
Right,
times.
all in the back of the head.
Fuck, yeah, exactly. Also, let me actually already like gather the video right here, even though I'm gonna be waiting for Louie. No, where is Louie? Louie
Louie's doing Louie things. Also, he's doing Filipinx things. Gotta say that at least once.
Jesus Christ.
We got Brazilian. What would be it? Brazilian X? Yeah, there you go. You're Brazilian X now.
Bro, we don't have time to worry about these sorts of things. Like we are literally putting like communist people in the Supreme Court, bro. We have better fish to fry, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I know.
Okay, where is the video? Fuck. I think I've sent you guys the link. Oh no, it's right here.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but the video is also right here. I'm gonna leave it here. I hope it doesn't jeopardize anything when it comes to the stability of my OBS here, because well, we all know how this thing likes to not work properly every now and then. But how are you, Bullets? How are you in this fine day? I think I can close this as well, because I think everything is working as intended. I do have the stream open here in like the different platforms, because today I'm actually streaming on YouTube as well. I just saw like a bunch of like huge content creators at Twitch doing that, and I'm like, bro,
you're doing a dual stream. Oh, look at you, all fancy.
Yeah. I mean, I've done it like for a couple of weeks on YouTube and Kick as well. Right, playing like some retro games and whatnot. It was fun and etc. But Kick is like a very small platform.
Yeah, I'm sure there's gonna be a little bit of migration of some content creators after the Twitch TOS drop that they reverted. I
mean, Twitch is like, I don't know what's going on their minds, you know, like it almost feels like that not even them know what exactly is in their plans, like for the near future. So you know, like who are we to, you know, try to come up with like some sort of reason behind their behavior. All right.
Never knew.
All right, so here's the thing, fellas. The whole thing with this particular stream is that, like I was telling me boys right here, I've came across this particular video, I think like 1 or 2 days ago, right? This particular YouTuber, I have never seen anything from him before, right? He seems to be like one of those guys that do like mini documentaries, essays, you know, like those things that are getting very, very common in YouTube lately. I'm pretty sure like everyone here have watched at least a couple of those, right? Yeah. But like this guy, I don't exactly know where in America is he from. Oh, now that I think about it, it's way too hot. Let me actually remove my jacket here. I'm gonna stay with.
Based off his accent.
Accent?
Yeah, he's got a very Californian accent.
I mean, based on how he tackled the whole thing, I would imagine that he would be from a place that was not really like gun positive. Let's put it that way, right?
Yeah. West Coaster.
Yeah, and like the reason why I decided to, you know, try and gather like the boys so we could watch this video. I mean, all of us already watched the video, like me, Snake, and also Louie. We already watched the video, so it is kind of not like a live reaction like I've put, but you know, like it was a funny thing, you know, use the Tucker Carlson meme template. Yeah. But we already watched that thing, and what we want to do right here is that we want to sit down. Since the video is divided in a couple of topics, I think it would be like an interesting thing if we actually sit down and react like
have a discussion
in real time. Yeah. React about the whole thing and have like a discussion about these specific topics like in real time, because you know there are a lot of things said in that video that are not necessarily right. There are a lot of things in that video which are, you know, let's just say kind of
misconceptions. I think a lot of Europeans, a lot of people around the world have a lot of misconceptions about U.S. gun ownership.
Oh,
definitely. We'll get into that. We'll get into that more as we watch it.
Yeah, definitely.
There's a couple particular parts I want to harp on.
Now, I was finding the video like very entertaining. I'm not gonna lie. Up to like 80% of the video, and then he starts commenting. I don't want to spoil anything.
Yeah.
You know, because it's an interesting thing nonetheless. But unfortunately, those were I just think it was, you know, wasted potential. Let's put it like that.
Yeah.
All right. No news from Louie yet, right?
Louie's doing Louie related.
Louie died.
Yep.
All right. So for now, let me actually copy this. Give me a minute, fellas. Studio. Oh my god, trying to fiddle with these things right here without using my glasses, it's so fucking hard.
Oh, what happened to your glasses?
They are here, but then like it jeopardizes my...
You just put them on.
No, but then it's gonna jeopardize like the accuracy of my model face tracking.
I mean, big face dots here, but I wear eyeglasses, and it doesn't seem to affect my tracking.
Yeah, but do you use an iPhone?
No, I use a
Oh no, yeah, you're no, but you're also like PNG, like it's fine like that. The problem is when you actually have a model and you need to move around and do your expressions and whatnot.
I mean, no, when I do my 2D thing, when I'm on my stream, I use a webcam. I have eyeglasses on, so I don't notice any real issue with that.
All right, let me change stuff here. Give me a minute.
All right.
Okay, I am going to need to put my glasses, otherwise I am not gonna be able to see properly what I'm doing. And I am not happy with that.
I like his stance with the cut down STG-57. That's very funny.
Wait, this. You're...
And that's what that's what he's holding is a cut down STG-57 that has M-lock and a collapsible stock on it and a red dot. Someone in Switzerland decided they wanted that. It's a, think of it as kind of like a short G3, kinda.
Wait, but this one in the picture?
Yep, that is a cut down STG-57 with M-lock and a collapsible stock.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the STG-57 being Switzerland's Cold War battle rifle, because they didn't want to adopt NATO, so they decided to just take 7.5 Swiss and put it in a long ass battle rifle.
I kinda remember like having like STG-77s and 77s. I wrote 57.
No, 57. It came out.
57. Yeah, I remember like that thing in a game. I don't know which one exactly, but I remember that. You guys know, like the majority of experience that I have with firearms actually come from video games.
The video game actually included a Swiss STG, besides the STG 551 or 552 or whatever they call it.
All right, let me remove this, and also let me remove this sub goal here. This one. Oh, there's more than one. Oh no, what have I done?
You have sub goal.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna put you here.
Okay.
For now.
All right.
While Louie's not here. So again, like I've said, I had never watched this guy's video, but I really want to share this with you guys. Now this is the audio capture right here, and then we're gonna stop the playlist for now, and I think we should start this, right? Because okay, so in the end of the day, like okay, so we have like a couple of things to go through here. When I'm gonna let me just send a message to Louie here. Give me a minute, like very fast. When you message here. Oh my god, what the hell was that? Oh, that was you. Fuck,
Yeah.
you scared the shit out of me. Oh my god.
Stay hydrated.
Right? I just took a sip of my water, my bowl of water here.
You don't keep a canteen by your desk?
I actually have like a bottle here. It's not like a bottle, it's more like one of those plastic cups that have like a lid on them.
Nah. I keep a USGI canteen with a belt clip next to my desk.
And canteens here are kind of expensive.
That's a USGI canteen, so
What?
the USGI plastic canteens?
I don't really know, but like pretty much everything is expensive here.
Let me give you a picture of a USGI canteen.
All right. Let me actually check the sound level of this thing.
I get a USGI canteen here. 1 quart USGI canteen for like $5.
What just happened?
I think it's good enough.
That's pretty much what I drink out of when I'm sitting at my computer desk.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, average canteen being average.
Yeah, hold water. Just read the warning label that says for water only. Do not apply canteen to an open flame or burner plates.
Yeah, is that thing made out of metal or plastic?
Plastic.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the reason there.
Yeah, it's the same reason why they had to put a warning plate on the claymore saying "face towards enemy."
Yeah, I mean,
you know someone was going to put it the wrong way.
Bro, if there's a sign, there's a reason.
Yeah. Yep.
If there's a sign, there's a reason. That's like one of the most like true things in history. All right.
Someone somewhere has done something that has brought up that reason for the sign.
Definitely. All right. Let's kickstart this thing right here. Like the video is 38 minutes, so we have a long. Also, like, did you actually have the did you actually wrote stuff down or no? Okay.
We'll just hit the points as he makes them.
All right. So I actually did wrote some stuff down that I wanted to talk about, but I'm gonna be adding these things as it goes.
Yeah.
All right.
Jesus. Your finger. What just happened?
The average interaction of the American that for some reason doesn't have contact with guns.
And it's Switzerland. And there's a big festival going on.
Are you going streaming on Discord or
everyone has the day off?
Oh, sorry. I totally forgot about that. Give me a minute. Yeah. Let me. Where's Discord? Right here. I am a newbie when it comes to these things, fellas. So bear with me here. Bear with me. I'm gonna stream like the YouTube screen with you. All right. So I first of all, I really like the whole the whole tradition thing, and especially the the guys with the very old attire here in the middle. It's kind of funny.
Goes back to the Swiss guards and the Swiss being military.
Yes.
Mercenaries.
Exactly. Chrome audio. Let me reduce this just a tiny little bit. All right.
They're all gathering to have a good time to celebrate guns. It's a shooting competition for teenagers, and They've been doing this for hundreds of years.
Hey, wie ist eure Schießergang?
I really like those Swiss K31s. Just like to add that thing.
That they are a vibe. Too bad it's very hard to get 7.5 Swiss.
You mean I mean, of course it's in America. It's definitely not in Brazil.
No.
Yeah.
It used to just be boys, but now it's boys and girls, and the winner is deemed the king or queen of shooting.
And this is something that I really find interesting. In this first part, they actually show how this is something totally common, right?
Yeah, it's normal. They don't shun like teenagers from practicing marksmanship.
Exactly.
I remember being in high school and looking at guns and looking up gun stuff and kind of being afraid to talk about it because I get labeled like a fucking mass shooter or some shit like that.
Exactly. No, and not only that, but like if we go back, like here, like you take a look at these three like ladies, right? Those three girls, and you don't really think that these girls would be like, you know, shooters, like participating in a competition and going through like this sort of thing. That is what I really find interesting about the whole thing. It's completely normalized and goes back to as we're gonna see, it kind of goes back to what I was talking with Louie the other day about like difference in how people from different countries see guns. Hop in one of the MTVC channels. Am I sorry? All right, let's wait for Louie. we managed to stall enough time.
Yep. He's coming.
Oh Lord, he coming.
Oh
Wait.
Lord, he coming.
No, wait a minute. I have something better. Give me a moment. I need to time this thing properly. Where is he? Fuck! I was gonna
tell him he's gotta hop in your Discord and then you gotta.
Yeah, I say like one of the MTVCs in my server.
Yeah, he'll be here in a minute.
Because I was talking to him like when we were talking about the Philippines and etc. And I was talking to him how apparently like in the Philippines, because they have like such a widespread firearm industry there.
Yeah.
When people hear gunfire, the first assumption is not that, well, someone is committing a crime or someone is shooting at someone else in the middle of the street. No, they just think, oh, it's probably like one of the local workshops, like test firing their new guns, their new products. You know, it's the first thing that comes like in people's minds. It's not like, oh, it's violence. Oh, he literally. I told him MTVC. Give me a minute. Let me drag this.
There we go. Hi, Louie.
Oh my God.
Louie. Louie. There we go. Hi, Louie.
Now, give me a minute. Where is it? Here. Copy. Here. Let me add this. Wait, why is his... Where is he? Louis, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, okay. Wait,
He's
what?
getting the reactive Fugi set up.
Yeah, your reactive is not really working properly, Louis.
Oh, was that? Oh, wait, yeah, that's right. I forgot to send you mine.
Yeah, check
okay,
that.
I just put it right here. There you go.
Okay, thank you. Let me actually put this here. Did they actually update this thing or something?
I believe so. It looks like they updated it a little bit.
Oh,
I
okay.
mean, it should be pretty easy.
All right. No, it's fine. It's fine already. Let me actually just check your sound level, Louis. Okay, say something, please.
Testing 1, 2, 3. How am I sounding? How you?
He's done. He's done. There it goes.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just gonna increase. You are you are lucky because we managed to stall enough time. So we literally are like 38 seconds into the video.
Okay. I'm looking at my time here. It's just it's 8:08 a.m. So I thought, like we said, it'd be starting at 8:30, but yeah, time zone differences.
Yeah. Okay. I am actually streaming the YouTube thing in the VC, Louis.
Okay. Yeah. Got it. There you go.
All right. All right. So, like until now, they are only showing how like teenagers. You've watched the thing prior, right?
Yeah, I watched it. You're at the part where
Yeah,
a
just
bunch of teams
talking
are having
about
a shooting competition.
Yes, exactly. So let's
Switzerland.
like I asked Snake, like, did you actually wrote like anything down, like to talk about?
Hold on a second, I've been disconnected. Oh, there you go.
No, we can.
All right, now I'm
literally
back.
hear-
No. When I was trying to look at your Discord stream, it says it went blank, saying that I got
Oh.
disconnected.
Oh, okay. All
Okay,
right,
I'm
all right.
back.
All right. So like I've said to Oh my god, really? Really? I can't believe this. Why no gun for me? Why? Why not?
What?
No, that's that's Rasputin talking like he's one of my viewers. Yeah, I know I don't have gun rights, Rasputin. What do you mean? All right, let's keep this going. And if you guys want to, add something, just let me know so I can pause the video.
Gotcha.
All right.
And the winner is deemed the king or queen of shooting.
Erst mal knapp schießen, gell?
Ja, sehr schön.
Und gerade gewonnen?
Ja.
Wie fühlt sich das an?
Das fühlt sich sehr gut an. Ich bin wirklich stolz drauf.
Switzerland is a peaceful, neutral country, and yet it is full of guns. The government gives its
Oh,
citizens
for fuck's sake.
guns.
Give me a minute, boys. This thing is running like twice. I'm trying to... Why is it running twice? Like the audio. Fuck.
The audio's doubling.
Yeah, I think it is. Give me a minute. Give me a minute here. All right, I need to go here. Chrome audio. Oh, there's only one audio. Oh, wait a minute. No, it was supposed to be just one. I don't really understand what's happening. Oh, PC is so fun. No, wrong screens.
PC Master Race.
Right.
Trains them how to shoot. Every village is required to have access to a shooting range.
We have almost as many guns per head or per person here as in America.
Back home in the United States, we also have a lot of guns. But the culture around guns is a little different.
The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
And the country of Switzerland proves that there's no need for more gun rules.
Guns the #1 cause of death among children in the United States, yet we don't have the will to stop it.
All right. I gotta stop right there because I already have a problem with the guy using this particular footage. You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
Oh yeah, it's how the statistics are inflated and how 18 and 19-year-olds are included in the stats when they're classified as illegal adults in the U.S.
No, not even that, but like it's just not even if you like somehow consider like that particular age gap like as children to inflate the numbers, you still have a lot of things that kill like way more people than guns. You literally have like car accidents that it's like the leading cause of death in fucking America when it comes to accidents.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but it's just too narrow on regards to guns, though. That's what they're trying to, represent that number for. Not like any kind of deaths going on in America and all that stuff. They're as you can see, I can give it to them. They're being very specific about about the deaths and as to what numbers it's regarding. So I'll give them that one.
I don't know, bro. I completely disagree with that.
Well, I mean, why else would we be here talking about guns?
Yeah.
Again, it's a thing to address. Again, deaths by a gun, and well, the whole thing, counting in children for those to inflate those numbers. Yeah, that's the part where it's kind of a head scratcher for me.
Yeah.
All right.
But
so
again,
like,
you regard them addressing gun violence or like deaths by a gun and all that stuff. That's valid because that's what the concern is.
Okay.
Fringed.
And the country of Switzerland proves that there's no need for more gun rules.
Guns, the #1 cause of death among children in the United States, yet we don't have the will to stop it.
Switzerland has the lowest crime rate in Europe.
That's all we have at this point. God and our guns.
I really want to get to the bottom of this gun culture thing, why these two countries have such vastly different relationships with guns. So I delved deeper than I usually delve, and found myself digging through old literature from Scottish political philosophers and looking into the constitutional archives, talking to Second Amendment experts, talking to military historians from Switzerland, and it's finally all clicked for me, and I want to share that with you. So, buckle up for what is going to be a wild ride through history and an adventure through Switzerland.
Are we gonna skip through the sponsorship?
Oh yeah, definitely. 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 All right. I just want to add something because like I've said prior, like I don't know this guy. I never watched any of his content. And I even like when I found out about this video, I didn't even wanted to get in his channel, to see what kind of like video titles and video thumbnails he had, not to influence my view and like come into this thing with that idea that, oh, this guy is like automatically this guy is an anti-gun or a pro-gun person, so I'm gonna take everything that he says in a video with a grain of salt. I avoided that completely, right? I avoided that completely. But at least for me, like let's say that I went with like a very open mind since I didn't had any, preconception of him, like personally speaking. But you can kind of see when it comes to like the sort of footage, the sort of images and etc. that he chose to use like in the beginning of the video, especially when he compares like, oh, why these two gun cultures are like so different. And in one side he puts like all like the let's say the civilized European gun culture from America and from Switzerland, and in the other side everything that he shows about gun culture in America is related to people that like look quote aggressive carrying firearms, or like people protesting firearms, people like claiming that they are in fear of firearms or getting shot. And so like since the beginning you kind of see that he is somewhat leading people to believe that there's like one side that is civilized and there's another side which is problematic.
Yeah.
And this is a very important thing. Because like how you edit a clip, like footage in general, especially for a video, can influence a lot like what your viewer would take from that particular piece of media,
Yeah, definitely. I also was kind of looking at and thinking like, you know, at at least like maybe they should have seen like the good side of gun culture in America just to even that out though. But I guess
Yeah.
like maybe it's maybe to demographics when nowadays it's kind of a norm. Like most countries outside the United States or everywhere, almost everywhere else, that looks upon gun culture in America is to be what he represented. I think maybe he was going off about like demographics, what people normally see as like gun cultures in America today. It's like, oh, everyone has a gun and all that stuff, and like all this violence, because again, what speaks a lot louder than just like normal Monday, like good things and all that stuff. I think maybe it's all the violent things that are going on with
Tragedies.
guns that people, yeah, and that speaks a lot louder. And I think maybe by demographics, because he's just going by that. It's like when you think about gun culture in America and all that stuff, that's like probably the go-to thing that like the masses around the globe kind of thinks about that, right? So like if you were to even it out, like say, oh, what bad things are about gun culture in America and bad things about gun culture in Switzerland, you're not going to really dig up a lot of that in Switzerland, because again, also the numbers and demographics there in Switzerland, really what kind of regards to gun violence you're going to be, grabbing up from Switzerland.
Yeah.
No, I
Really
I
not.
understand where you're coming from, but what I'm saying is that like his choice of footage was like it was not a random one. Like if his choice of footage to exemplify like the
He
American
wasn't
side.
showing like any American at like a shooting bench like he did on the Swiss.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
he
well,
wasn't showing like people actually like acting responsibly, and like all of those classes that teach like women like how to shoot or etc. He was only showing like the bad side. And well, since this is an
The
edited.
quote, well, not the bad side, the quote unquote less responsible, more fun side in a sense.
yeah, again, later on in the video, because I do remember like significant important parts, and as to why like they showed that kind of side of American gun culture, and I can understand kind of like why that was a thing. But yeah, um, the thing that I said earlier, I'm just thinking that like maybe he was just catering to demographics, because that's like pretty much like the norm that a lot of people see, you know, about gun culture in America. And again, violence and stuff is pretty much like what people's going to be remembering and whatnot, and it's just so prolific, you know,
Yeah,
in
like
America and all that stuff. So I guess I don't know. I don't really take this as 100%, but I'm feeling that's kind of what I think that's what he's trying to cater to. What is the usual norm thing, that first thing that pops into people's head when it comes to American gun culture, right?
I mean, definitely for people like outside of the US, people that don't know about gun culture and American gun culture, I'm pretty sure like that for people that don't have any sort of experience with American gun culture and how things work, the first thing that probably comes to their mind, because of all the work that was done, is actually like something bad, something prejudicial to the society, to the American society as a whole. But and he was definitely catering to this particular demographic, especially because I'm pretty sure he would get more attention from like a wide variety of people doing that if he was like, oh, I'm gonna sit down and talk to you guys how let's say friendly gun culture in America is. Like that wouldn't gather so much attention if compared to, oh, how problematic and violent this is, because humans tend to look way more towards like bad stuff than good stuff. But like main thing in my way of viewing things, and after dealing with this sort of BS in Brazil through literally like over 2 decades at this point is that when companies want to create pieces of media that portray a particular thing in a particular way, everything that they do is intentional. They don't do anything like, oh, it's a fucking coincidence. No, it's not. Also, Rex, thanks for the the fucking Katyusha barrage on top of my head. That literally stunned me mid-sentence. Personally, as a firearm owner, that's Mr. Bob Jones. Hi, Bob. It's been a while. At firearm ranges. No, yeah. Like, irresponsible people exist, like, pretty much. Oh my god. Like, irresponsible people exist pretty much everywhere, you know, but like, it is not reasonable to say that an entire group of people that are interested in a particular thing is irresponsible because you have people that are irresponsible. That's the same thing of saying that, well, all drivers are irresponsible because like a small group decides to drive under the influence of some sort of drug, right?
Mm-hmm.
At least that's how I see it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's keep going. Amazing recoil control with that revolver, by the way.
And the showing the STG-57 with the cut down barrel.
Right.
So, as a side note to this story,
reminds me of that one clip from
I've been
the
finding a lot of
General
bunkers in
Series, the
Switzerland.
AR-15.
All right. Advertisement. I am not getting paid, so I'm not watching this. I mean, we are not getting paid, right?
No.
Or are you guys getting paid? If you guys are getting paid, I wanna know the contact.
I wish I was getting paid.
Yeah, me too. Wait, who's saying hi? Oh, that's Rex. Oh, no worries, Bob. No worries. Welcome. I hope you have a nice time today.
And the targets are on this side. Oh yeah, there's the targets.
Well, as
I hear them.
As American, we can stop here. Shooting over a road is a big no-go. That'd be if you had that as a shooting range, that'd be shut down within
Yeah, like government regulations would be on your ass in like half a second, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I mean,
and again, as you
yeah.
said earlier, it does come to the responsibility of the shooters and all that
Yeah.
stuff. So I'm guessing it's because that they're responsible enough to establish shooting ranges like this that they can have this.
Yeah.
I don't know. It could go back as to what you said earlier.
No, yeah. But again, it's still kind of crazy, right? It's still kind of crazy, and I don't know, like. In this case, especially like these two that we are going to be seeing, it kind of feels like unnecessary risk for me. Even taking into consideration the fact that the majority of people are responsible, you know, you're like, it's like, well, I could shoot at this like microwave filled with tannerite at like, I don't know, like 50 meters from it. It might explode and something might fly towards me, but it also might not. But like, should I take the risk, right?
Yeah.
Well, like it just comes back to responsibility and whatever quote unquote responsibility implies and all that stuff. You know.
I mean, granted, I'm all for trusting in people's potential to be responsible and whatnot. It's just like, it kind of feels like that they could have done this thing in a different way, and I don't know, they just wanted to be like fucking different.
I think maybe in Switzerland, from what I've already watched prior to this, I think it's a requirement that you must be responsible.
Yeah.
Otherwise, these ranges would never be a thing. The government would not support these
No, I'm talking about building the thing like this. I'm pretty sure they
Yeah.
could do this thing in a different way. That's what I'm talking about.
Not have the rounds go flying over a busy
Oh,
road.
let's actually show
So-
this to people.
Yeah, we're actually talking a lot about what's this going to be going on in the next few minutes and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Is at first like we seen this, oh, this is crazy because people on the road can actually hear the rounds flying
Yeah.
by and breaking the sound barrier and whatnot. Okay,
Yeah.
so you guys see this at hindsight right now. You'll see the stuff in the next few minutes as to why this is a thing.
Wait,
So
wait.
yeah, go
Oh, wait, let me just take a look here. Bob Jones, gonna have a better time on my day offs going to the range with my 2 museum pieces. Like, what are we talking about here, Bob? Like, please share that with us. What sort of museum pieces are we talking about? Also, don't worry, Rex. Just sit down and relax. All right, let's take a look at this thing.
Holy smoke! So they're literally shooting over the road, right there. Oh my God! There's people. Jeez, there are bullets flying over our head right now. Oh my God! That is such a weird feeling. Headed to a shooting competition right now at this shooting range.
Like, take a look here. Let's go
Such a
back
weird
just a little
feeling.
bit.
Headed to a shooting.
No.
So
Okay,
that
take
the
a look.
rounds, the rounds go over from the shooting range, over a road, over like a factory or some sort of storage unit. into
Yeah,
the
rare
target.
house.
Yeah. That's a big no-go. Big no-go in my eyes.
No, and you know what's the thing? Like,
in America. Oh yeah, that definitely would not pass.
Yeah.
like on that other side, doesn't that look like a landing strip?
And it's probably just another it's probably a service road of some sort.
Or because it kind of feels like it doesn't lead anywhere, as you guys can see. It kind of feels
Yeah.
like some sort of service road or landing strip or takeoff strip from like an airport. What I'm trying to say here is that like they could have easily like built this thing in a different way, or maybe the range was already there prior and then someone decided to pass this fucking road in the middle of it. I don't really know. It just doesn't make a lot of sense because as you can see, like on the right side, it appears to have like some sort of mountain and on the left side, there's a huge open area. I'm pretty sure they could use the same distance between like the shooting range and the targets to be built either the shooting range a little bit like to the other side of the street and the targets like over there close to the mountain, as we're gonna see a little bit further down the video, or even built on the like on the other side somehow.
Yeah.
Again, it kind of feels like kind of necessary.
You also need to mind the backdrop too, because back
Yeah.
there is just nothing but like mountains and nothing back there, just in case if like they miss. And plus like oh wait, yeah, it's a little bit further down the video though, but you'll see that they've already took some precautions about when a
If
shooter
someone's
is
aiming too
active in a
low.
lane, you know. But
Oh,
you'll
yeah,
see that
yeah.
just in the next
Yeah.
few minutes, yeah.
Exactly.
And again, and like just behind those targets is nothing but mountain. Nobody should be
Yeah.
up there in those mountains.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bob is saying that his 2 museum pieces are a Mosin Nagant, a 1932 one with serial numbers matching. I cannot even imagine how many people that thing might have killed throughout the years. And an 1890 Mauser. 1890.
Yeah, so you did Mauser made a bunch of developmental increments with the Mauser series rifles starting in like 1878 with the original pattern. Then the 1890s he really developed it up to like 1898. So between then, between like 1878 and like we're gonna start off at like 1888 and then all the way to 1898. Every year he made like some small incremental improvement. So a bunch of South American countries have like 1893s, 1895s.
Oh, Brazil
or,
had
like,
a shit ton of Mausers.
Yeah, then
Yeah,
Sweden,
even
for
the
example. Yeah, then Sweden, for example, adopted the 1896 pattern, or then Germany adopted the 1898 pattern and the 1888 pattern. So there's a bunch of it's got, think of it kind of as like Glock and its different generations. There's always these little incremental improvements that improve it over the previous year.
Yeah, you can even say the Philippines. We use the Mauser Model 1893 specifically when we were fighting against the Spanish in the
Philippine
Americans?
Revolution.
Philippine American War. Yeah, and we also used that fight against the Spanish as well. But yeah, that was a primary arms that was used back then, that time period for my country, the Mauser Model 1893. And I do believe like the best configurations of that rifle was actually issued to these legendary marksmen that are called the Tiradores de la Muertes, or otherwise known as the Luna Sharpshooters. These were hand-picked marksmen that were they're best that the country could be able to offer. And if they're on the field, you better make sure they don't get sight of you. They will not miss.
You're talking about like in Philippines, right?
Yeah, in the Philippines. And they use the Mauser Model 1893.
All right. Bob is saying that the 8090 Mauser is similar to the 1889, and it was sold to the Ottoman Empire.
Okay, so he actually has a Turkish Mauser that was probably... So the reason why the way it is because before World War One, Ottoman Empire and German Empire actually had an agreement where every time like Germany or Mauser would adapt the Mauser or get a new Mauser pattern, the Ottoman Empire got it just because. So once the new century rolled around to the 1900s, the Ottoman Empire modernized a bunch of their Mausers. So they had a bunch of 1888 patterns that they modernized to like 1903 to fit the 1898 pattern better.
Okay.
So,
I mean,
but
this
is
odd. I'm not seeing any text coming from Bob Jones on
he's
the
on YouTube.
chat.
He's on YouTube.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
he's on YouTube.
yeah,
Okay.
like it's kind of like Twitch is one of the things for multi-streaming. There is that you cannot show like messages from one platform in another, like, you know.
Well, I'm seeing
in
the chat that's on your stream over on the
Yeah,
upper left corner.
it's
Though that's the only.
Yeah, streaming like in the screen, it's different. Like in the chat, it's
Yeah, just
let's
yeah,
put it
just
that
doesn't do
way.
that.
Yeah. All right. Let's keep going with this thing, because there's some interesting thing in these shooting ranges that they have.
That is such a weird feeling. Headed to a shooting competition right now at this shooting range, surrounded by beautiful Swiss mountains.
Just want to add something. Like he was talking about like how the thing sounded like a war zone because of the noise of the shots. Like sometimes it's the same here in Brazil, but then we know that it's not, law-abiding citizens because they don't have guns. So it's a different scenario. It's a different scenario.
The sound of these guns. Cultures. Oh my God, it's like a war zone.
See? These people need to buy more old cards. They have way too many new ones.
You always have to cock it.
Yeah. 831.
You can make the rig wider and smaller. Yeah. And you can even...
As I'm standing here, you realize like the cars are right there. You could easily shoot them if you wanted to, if you were standing up. Like I knew that this existed. I saw the Tom Scott video a few months ago. I thought it was like there was one crazy...
Oh, something else that I kind of want to add. I don't know if you guys realize, but throughout the entirety of the video, every time that they shoot, they show people shooting, they never show people shooting like standing, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, they're shooting prone, and they're shooting in these tubes, so they're more controlled. So because a lot of these areas, if you look around, it kind of seems like there's a lot of residential areas around. They're doing that as a safety concern.
Yeah, but then like, how are you preparing people to actually be able to shoot like while standing?
So they're focusing more on the marksmanship aspect and not so much like the practical aspect. I'm sure a lot of these people who are shooting,
Oh.
a lot of these teenagers they're showing right now are going to be drafted anyway or conscripted, so they're going to go over that more. But even then,
it's a requirement for them to be in the military as you know, law in Switzerland. So it's not really that of a quote unquote draft conscripted and whatnot. It's just it's a requirement. It's like the same thing in South Korea where everyone like coming out of school needs to have at least this many years of military background, and basically they're gonna tell you just in the next segment here. But yeah, again, I would say they them firing from prone on a static range. Now, mind you, it's a static range.
Yes.
And they're going for marksmanship and accuracy and whatnot. Firing the stuff off from standing and all that stuff, you probably might have like other kinds of ranges where you develop shoot and move and all that stuff, right? But that's like more oriented towards people that are actually going to be like dedicated in the military for, you know, again, military application purposes. So
I mean, it might be a different case. It might be just something that they haven't shown in the video. There might be ranges like for civilians that actually have, you know, shooting while, you know, standing and moving and whatnot. It wasn't shown in the video, unfortunately. Again, call me a little. Tell me that I have a little bit of prejudice, but it almost feels like that, at least when it comes to these ones. It kind of feels that they are like, oh, we are better because we are better marksmen, and that's why we are superior. And then, like,
you're kind of nitpicking a little bit here and there, but yeah, it's not really all that bad actually. I can understand that.
I mean,
but again, this is of different cultures, and again, one, different cultures, two, doing this for safety concerns and whatnot. Three, static range, like cultures on a static range is very different than that of a range where you need to shoot and move a gun and whatnot. But yeah, again, there's lots of variables to talk about this though. But I feel like a good majority of this stuff will be addressed in the video. We just keep watching.
All right.
But one of my ranges, one of my local ranges, actually does have something similar to this. Of course, my range doesn't go over a road, but it has like storm drains, and they have them so other people don't shoot into other people's lanes or targets. So it's a safety concern. And it's more focused on for people who want to be like, who are doing it more for competition or like getting their rifles really zeroed. And stuff like that. So that's probably another thing.
Yeah, like different
for marksmanship, different style of shooting.
Yeah, different ideas and whatnot. Again, I just like, if that's the case, if they probably had like different ranges, they could have shown that, you know, like it wouldn't hurt, like different styles, because it might be a little bit nitpicky on me, but it kind of feels like when you hear those people like being kind of arrogant towards like other gun enthusiasts, and they are arrogant because, well, they do like scat shooting, or they do hunting, or they do like marksman competitions, and for them, like people that just go to the range to train, or people who just go to the range like in the weekend to have fun, they are, you know, like, let's say they are not as good because they don't have like all that mystique, that superiority, that noble thing, that noble intention behind them, and it kind of grinds my gear a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep going with this thing.
Shooting range in Switzerland that goes over a road. I didn't realize it was common. It's a friendly competition. It's all very wholesome. You see these young kids that are like keeping score, tabulating all of the results. I've been hanging out with the president of one of these shooting clubs, trying to understand a little bit better about what this event and things like this represent for these communities.
The military law tells all the villages that they need to provide a shooting range or a possibility to shoot.
After a while of observing this competition, they told me that it was my turn to shoot. But first, I needed to learn how to use one of these guns.
We got the amp.
Okay, granted. Calling them a little bit biased towards their own weapons, right? Their own manufacture. I think it's a little bit of an understatement. They fucking love their SIGs, bro.
SIG does make good stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And SIGs, 6Rs, the 550, 551s, series and all that stuff, they're practical for their terrain.
Yeah.
Again, these things, even though they may be chambered in 556, but one thing you do want to mind, a lot of Swiss people, especially that are active in their military, they're trained to be effective with these
intermediate cartridges.
Yeah, intermediate cartridge 556, but they're trained to be effective with these at least 1,000 meters, knowing how to hit a target from mountaintop to mountaintop.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
as far
they
as
need
specs are
because of
concerned,
geography.
they're trained. Yeah, quite literally. So that's the reason why they're one. As far as specs are concerned, the specs are there. They're configured to make it easier, but then the rest of it is incompetency of their training and whatnot.
And the shooter.
Usually, yeah. So again, most rifles chambered intermediate cartridge 556 and whatnot. Usually, at the most, would be like what 600, 700 meters effective of most 556 chambered rifles. Whereas the Swizz here, probably that is the usual effective range for their rifles. But it goes into their training that now they're even more effective to at least 1,000 meters. So yeah.
But I'm pretty sure.
Where I also go ahead.
I'm pretty sure it's safe to say that between like the three of us here, there are no SIG haters, right? We are all SIG enjoyers because I really like their guns.
I like AKs, even though the SIG 550 is pretty much just 556 AK, just different configuration. I like AKs.
I like all guns.
Louie, you're not supposed to go the safe route. Come on.
Yeah, Louie, you have to have a controversial opinion.
Yeah, like saying that Kel-Tec is a good manufacturer.
Well, they are. They
just snort a lot of cocaine.
Yeah.
They just snort a lot of cocaine. But come on, like that helps their research and development.
It helps them to be different.
Exactly.
For better or worse, that's literally up to people who even wants to bother with Kel-Tec.
Also, Bob, thank you really much for the support, bro. I really appreciate that.
Kel-Tec is like the clown from Death Clock, and he does cocaine. That's how he announces himself at every gun show.
All right, now just something that I kind of want to add, like, because he actually showed here like he talked about the military stuff, and he actually talked about the kids and whatnot, but it kind of goes back to what we were talking a little bit earlier about, like the difference in the cultures, and he's gonna talk about this in the future in the video. But like, while in America in the past it was okay to have kids being taught how to use guns, nowadays it's completely the opposite. Nowadays, any sort of like talk about teaching kids how to be safe around firearms is automatically deemed something totally unreasonable. So it's like, instead of teaching them how to be like understanding that the country has a lot of these things and teaching kids how to be safe around them, it's like, oh, let's pretend that these things don't exist and let's only teach kids how to try and run away from these things if shit hits the fan. I'm like, bro, you're not dealing with the elephant in the room.
Yeah, it's just pretty much that kind of it developed an avoidance kind of culture when it comes to these.
I think avoidance is the perfect word for it.
Yeah,
it literally is what that is. They're trying to cater to avoidance and whatnot because of like so much of the prolific things that's going on in like America. specifically. Again, it just became so prolific, so much of that is happening that now, um, their go-to resolve is to try to avoid or prevent these things from happening.
And
So
pretend that these objects don't exist until something bad happens, and then suddenly they are a problem that needs to be dealt with, and it's horrible.
even then, I think they still take initiative to avoid and whatnot. They'd rather take the flight response more, like 9 times out of 10 over the fight response. And then again, they leave it up to the people that are better trained to deal with it, regarding to like the fight response and whatnot, like cops or something. Though, and don't get me started on cops and whatnot. If the reason why this is the reason why they're on that quote unquote thing, the thin blue line and whatnot, because quite literally they don't have much leeway between success or failure. They need to be success and all that stuff, because everything that went down on them, again, cultures today, they can easily blame the cops for not upholding their duty, protecting people and whatnot. And not going into that rabbit hole, but again, there's the culture that has been so prolific that it developed a culture of avoidance and easily pointing fingers at people.
And I'm sorry, but it's not something that you can avoid. Also, Donnie, thank you for the hydrate reminder, and wonderful welcome. Today we are kind of reacting, kind of talking about this particular video right here that compares Swiss gun culture and American gun culture. Welcome, sit down, enjoy your time. If you like booze, just grab yourself a booze, and if you're a gun enjoyer like all of us right here, you are free to share with us your opinions and whatnot.
I am actually very outrageously excited for the historical background of this stuff. That's my favorite part.
Going on to what coming off what Louie said earlier. I remember at the tail end of my younger formative childhood, I remember TV shows saying if you find a gun, report it to adults or something. Teach your kids how to be afraid of guns instead of allowing the adults to show kids
avoiding.
Instead of showing them, hey, avoid them at all costs, instead of letting adults just go, hey, this is how you handle it. If you see one, ask for adult to show you.
Yeah, or at least try to cater to a culture of
responsibility.
If you see a gun, you're there right now, deal with it. You've probably been taught how to safely handle it. Check if it's loaded. If it is loaded, it's loaded in a place where it's not supposed to be or something. Make it safe. Deal with the problem then.
Or if you don't know, leave it alone and then tell an adult. Don't immediately see one and go, oh my god, there's a gun, I gotta go tell an adult.
Panic.
Again, or or the other kind of safe procedures and whatnot. It's okay, you see a gun lying around, it's loaded for some certain reason, but you don't see its owner around and all that stuff. Just kind of try making something that are procedures and try to cultivate that into, in a culture to dealing with it in the safest way possible, aside from running away from it in the safest way possible. You kind of get what I'm trying to go? It's kind of
the way
that type of culture.
The way I see this whole thing is that guns are not that different from any other thing that kind of requires you to have practice with it, right? If you handle the car keys to a teenager and tell them go drive that car, they will probably do something stupid with it because they probably don't know how to drive properly. If they never touched a car before, or if they did touch a car before but they don't have a lot of experience with that. So accidents are more prone to happen, bad things are more prone to happen when you don't have some at least the basic levels of skill with that particular object. And the only way that you can prevent these things from happening, or at least reducing the chances of like bad things happening with like whatever sort of object are you talking about, it doesn't matter if it's a car, it doesn't matter if it's a gun or a knife or anything else, it's actually teaching people how to operate that thing in a safe way. Because if you pretend that, well, that person is never gonna like get their hands on a car in their life, and the chances of them doing something stupid with a vehicle, if they ever have to drive one for any sort of reason, or these chances are bigger. So it's way better if you actually sit down, and teach them properly how to handle that thing responsibly, then actually, pretending that it's not a thing and that they're never gonna have to deal with that thing. Because when they do, and that will happen sooner or later, the chances that if they don't have the knowledge, they will probably do something bad with it. Mm-hmm. It just makes sense. Like I and then you have like all these things like, oh, let's just teach people how to be very scared about firearms, to a point in which, like, here in where I live in Brazil, a lot of people say that if they see someone that is not like a police officer fully with his full like uniform, like if they see someone like getting like a handgun from inside a bag or from inside a holster, or like fiddling with a gun like that is concealed, they automatically panic. They automatically think that something bad is going to happen just because that person is carrying a gun for some reason. I'm like, bro, that is literally an inanimate object. Like, come on. This is I think it's almost safe to call that sort of MO to deal with these things some sort of, terrorism, because you're actually applying so much terror in someone about that particular object that they won't even be reasonable when they are around that thing.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep going, otherwise we're gonna sit here and talk forever.
This represent for these communities.
The military law tells all the villages that they need to provide a shooting range or a possibility to shoot.
After a while of observing this competition, they told me that it was my turn to shoot. But first, I needed to learn how to use one of these guns.
We got the ammo, military provided at a discount.
I want my government mandated ammo.
Right? Yo, fucking Joe Biden, where's the free ammo or the discount ammo?
You better be watching this video. See what he's missing out on.
Kid, 9mm. Oh no, that's Trump. I don't know how to try and impersonate Joe Biden, but we all know that 9mm blows the lung out of the body.
Yep.
I'm still trying to find them.
What, the lungs?
Yeah. Having no luck yet.
God damn it, kid.
So
you're right-handed?
Yep, I'm right-handed.
Okay.
Is there a telescope in there? Like, how am I seeing that far down?
No, there's no telescope.
There's no telescope.
No.
Oh, that's what makes it.
You're not allowed to use any sights, any optics at any competitions in Switzerland.
Mind you, he has never shot a gun before.
No. He's apparently shot a shotgun and stuff as a kid.
Yeah, he says down the line. But yeah. I just realized that, I realized that while watching the video, apparently the Swiss are just retarded as I am in video games, like refusing to use any sort of optics in the guns and just relying in iron sights, all of iron sights, aperture sights.
Cracks open.
Well,
Yep.
Oh,
you need some good irons. You don't need any fancy optics.
Right.
Well, I'm kind of something like that. I mean, call me an old traditionalist or something, but I see it as like mastering the irons is kind of something you want to do first before quote unquote mastering optics.
Oh yeah.
But optics are there to aid you and give you they're quote unquote a force multiplier, someone would say.
But I mean, if someday you need to use a weapon that, it's not your weapon and it's not equipped with like a optic, you need to be able to use the fucking iron sights, like that's why it makes sense. Whatever you're like, this thing that you're saying, Louie.
Yeah, that's the thing. Again, if you're just picking up a gun with an optic on it, how would you know if it hasn't been finicked around?
Yeah.
That it's not zeroed and all that stuff, but it's irons there that's integrated to it.
Or maybe it's one of those Chinese like red dot sights that like has like a very flimsy mount and they don't maintain zero at all.
Yeah, or something. You might as well better running off the irons.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I'll have you know, my UTG micro red dot survived being dropped by me. Okay, after I fell.
Wait a minute. Is that from China?
Yes, more than likely.
China. No, China. That was worst deal in the history of deals. All right, let's go.
So you're gonna make sure I don't hit any of these cars.
Yeah. Now you're not able to see any cars anymore.
These things are very interesting, like these tubes.
No more problems about that.
Yes.
Maybe move a little bit further. Yeah. You ready?
Yeah, I think I'm ready.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Now it's loaded. It's ready to shoot.
Wait a minute. So that thing that is on the right side of the rifle, is that like something to catch the brass?
No, that's a monitor to show you where you hit your target.
No.
Talking about what's on the very side of the rifle. Yeah, that's a brass catcher.
Oh, on the rifle. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's what I thought.
You're talking about the monitor.
Yeah, no. I know that one.
Okay.
I'm not that bad when it comes to technology, Louie.
Very slow. Now you pulled all the way through.
Oh, I did. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. I forgot about that.
That's why normally we train how that works. But you hit the target.
I hit the target.
Yeah.
That's good. Okay.
You actually hit the target. That's good.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, no matter how no contact with guns someone has, 90% of the times, if you like take that person to a range and teach the basics and like put a gun on their hand so they can shoot at a target, they will probably be very excited and be very happy after the thing. Like very
satisfaction.
Yes.
Because you know how much focus it takes to actually manually aim and all that stuff. It's not only like lining your sights and all that stuff. It's other management of your confidence and all that stuff, like how you work the trigger from the slack to the wall. And then but then you're like you're thinking very like technically speaking. I'm just talking about how like
that thing gets your fucking blood pumping, like you feel that thing.
Oh yeah, it's first time firing that thing. You see his face. Can we get like a replay of that when he fired the first round?
Target. That's why now you put 19.
Target 19. Here we go.
Very slow. Now you pulled all the way through.
Oh, I did. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes. I forgot about
that.
that.
Normally.
Yeah. Felt a rush. Felt pretty good.
They always smile. They always smile.
Yeah.
That's good.
With a happy face.
Yeah.
Okay.
They always smile.
I'm getting better.
As I shot in my first gun competition, I was surprised that my instructor kept telling me to relax, to breathe, to turn inward.
No, it's not brass catcher. That's a brass.
Oh, there we go.
Here we go.
Oh,
Wow. I turned inward, relaxed,
I don't see anything to catch
and I
grass.
hit the 10.
Yeah.
Sharpshooter over here. Wow, this is addictive. I definitely see, I'm like, I could do this all day.
So this is like relaxing or calming down for me. Sometimes I feel like going into
I'm guessing the
another
targets
world.
are replaced by whoever's over there inside that structure.
Yeah, or they have everyone do a ceasefire. and then they have someone go over there in like a cart or something.
Yeah.
But I wanna call your attention to something. Like throughout this 9 minutes that we've been seeing this, you realize how when he's talking about these things from Switzerland, he always has like a very positive vibe from it. Like he found interesting the fact that like the kids were shooting in the competition. He finds very interesting the whole thing with the range. He found interesting the whole thing of the instructor teaching him how to focus and be more calm. You know, he found interesting the experience of firing the rifle under supervision and like hitting the targets, and it's always like a positive thing, a positive experience, right? All right.
You turn your focus from focusing outside, you're focusing inside.
Wow, this is fun. Objectively, this is just fun. And it's beautiful. I'm like looking at the Swiss countryside. It's great. My experience with guns as a kid, I would go out into the forest and like blow up like glass bottles with shotguns.
That's what I think America is all about.
Yeah, we can pause it there real quick after the shooting guy said that's what he thinks U.S. gun culture is all about, is us sticking around the woods. It's not. I mean, people shoot trash in the U.S. because that's sometimes all they have for targets. It's just cheap targets and still target practice. Because say if you can shoot a bottle at 100 yards, you could probably shoot something else at 100 yards, no problem. I mean, yeah, it's just not as nice as like a paper target or traditional target, but it's still a target. It still accomplishes the same goal. It also gives you something, little feedback as well.
Yeah. Not only that, but I think that the same way that he only kind of shows one sort of like target practice in Switzerland, I think that he comes with this conception, like, of course, like the one saying that was not him, was actually the instructor, but he brings this conception that, well, the only thing that exists in America when it comes to, you know, firearms is like a bunch of rednecks shooting guns in their backyard at like trash bags.
Yeah,
and
trash.
Like, I'm sorry, but that's just not true, you know. And
I mean, he like I said
it's just
earlier,
that's that's all he experienced.
Yeah,
pretty much with guns. Because again, he did said that he didn't have all that much experience with firearms and, you know, its culture prior to, you know, coming out to Switzerland and regarding this whole thing. So yeah, he may be a little bit limited on his credibility on how in depth.
You're saying that he's green when it comes to gun culture, and
but no,
I understand that. I understand that.
What I'm saying is a lot of Europeans, or at least appears from a couple points of view from the Swiss here, is that American gun culture is just us sticking around the woods shooting at effectively nothing and not practicing quote unquote proper marksmanship.
Yeah.
When at the same time, when you're shooting at trash, you can be doing that, but also be having fun at the same time. Because if you say shoot like a glass bottle or can, the difference between like shooting paper is you gain like that automatic positive feedback. Sometimes people just like that, or that's all they can afford or to get on their hands to shoot at, instead of like a proper paper target is that glass bottle of trash or whatever you're shooting at.
Yeah, and also whether it be fun to the person or not, that
that is totally
fun
subjective.
can mean a whole lot.
Yeah,
fun can mean anything. The scope of this is basically one side can just go around shooting wherever is deemed to be, you know, deemed to be necessary, while the other one has rules and regulations and the means to facilitate where to shoot and all that stuff. That's what the main scope of what's being mentioned here is.
I mean, like,
whether it being fun or not, that's subjective.
Yeah, like he's saying a little bit earlier, like with the government discounted ammo and like the like local governments
Facilities.
having to like needed to have like gun ranges and whatnot. There's nothing like that in America, I imagine. I never heard anything about that, like any sort of government made initiative. Yeah,
Yeah,
not there's no sort of like government initiative to actually incentivize people to actually go out there and learn how to shoot. It's totally on the opposite, especially nowadays. It's totally on the contrary. So I'm like, people will find their ways, either like joining like gun clubs or like shooting in like a private property with their friends or whatever, as long as they are training and as long as they are upgrading their skills and also like having fun in the process, that's fine by me, you know. All right.
Sorry about that. A box of ammo was left at my door, so I'd have to open it now.
That was
Bruh.
awesome. I kind of want to shoot again. I never thought I'd say this. Like, I'm not a gun person, but I'm like, I kind of want to like shoot more.
almost
Like, this is so
that's
fun.
almost like every person that first time shooting and whatnot. They kind of want
Yeah.
to have a. They just want to have like another, like a second round of that stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's like a
addicting.
drug. It's like a drug. They,
No.
they just gotta get another
No.
little taste of that high, just another little bit.
Yeah.
Just
I
one
know
more
I
hit,
was when I
one more.
fired.
Yeah.
The first time when I fired, I asked for a second round.
I was struck by how peaceful and celebratory and wholesome this all was. So much different than the way guns are presented.
120 rounds, Filipino made, 5.56. You'll be happy to
Okay,
know that, Louie.
this I really want to I really want to call attention to this particular part, because this specifically specify what I was talking about, how he views these things like from Switzerland in a very positive way, and when he starts talking about America, it's all bad, all bad, all bad, all bad, all problematic and whatnot. Like, listen to his words.
Shoot more. Like, this is so fun.
I was struck by how peaceful and celebratory and wholesome this all was. So much.
Like, he's talking as if you couldn't have like peaceful moments, you know, celebratory moments, wholesome moments around firearms in America as well, you know.
I'm pretty sure he would say the same thing if he was in those same kinds of environments in America. But I think like he was just only, describing his experience while he was still out there. You know.
All right, now let's listen to the second part of his sentence.
I was struck by how peaceful and celebratory and wholesome this all was. So much different than the way guns are presented in the USA. So how did we get here?
Like, so many different from what guns are presented in the USA. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're in one side of the coin, of course you will only see guns as bad things. But like, the other side doesn't portray and doesn't act towards guns the way he's talking about. Like, you can literally find a bunch of videos of like families teaching their kids how to shoot, you know, teaching responsibility through that, teaching discipline, like people having fun times in a gun range together with their friends, with their families and whatnots. You know, the sort of spirit that he's praising in Switzerland, it also exists in America, but he acts as if America, like guns in America, are only tied to bad things.
Yeah, I think probably might be catering to the demographics, or like again what we said earlier and whatnot. But I think I think he probably might be.
I
do
think
actually
he's
see
biased.
that
I
too,
think
where
he's biased.
got a little bit of a bias there.
Yeah, I think he's completely biased. Like I told you, I've seen enough things like made around gun culture and firearms in general to kind of understand that 99% of this time, the way they portray things are not a coincidence. They actually want to spread a particular message, and I don't know. I don't know. Like, what sort of message does he want to deliver here?
Yeah, and hopefully it wouldn't backlash on the people in Switzerland and how their cultures around gun
Oh,
culture, because that's
no.
their own thing. They can't be blamed for that.
No, it's not. It's not gonna
But to
backfire.
be used as like a comparison, a compare and contrast kind of method and whatnot, the way how he's presenting it is, I'd say, it's biased and whatnot. But again, just as long as like there wouldn't be backlash on the countries that were presented for that compare and contrast means, right? So like again, sure, Switzerland they'll have their own gun cultures. That's their thing, and thus they cannot be blamed for that.
All right.
So
Let's go for the historic part here, because this until this part, like, he's still like, at least for me, the video was still very entertaining. He was, like, praising stuff, even stuff that he didn't really had a lot of contact with, and he goes around the history, and like the part about Switzerland, I think it's a pretty good one. So let's take a look at this.
The story of Switzerland starts here. Well, actually, down there, at that lake, in a little green valley where a group of people came together and made a promise to each other 700 years ago. And with that promise came a myth.
The hero's name was William Tell, and legend has it that one day he refused to bow down to the king's local leader. It was a daring act of disrespect. So as punishment, the overlord forced him to shoot an apple off his own son's head. Tell aimed his crossbow carefully and released. He made the perfect shot. He continued to defy the ruler and eventually inspired the tribes in this region to launch a rebellion. Tell eventually shot the ruler dead, and the rebels would go on to win their independence.
Now, granted, these are some pretty good animations. I really like this style.
Yeah, I wonder who's the one that made these animations. Literally makes it look like it was from a
Kingdom Come thing.
I gotta play that game again.
It's good.
I haven't actually finished it. I'm only like 28% the game.
Oh, you gotta play more. I've played a good amount of it, but I still haven't finished.
I haven't tried that game because I didn't have a computer that was good enough at the time to play it.
Bro. Yeah, you gotta give it a try.
I will.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Banding together to start the confederacy that would become Switzerland. They first made an agreement that they would protect one another, but instead of forming a full-time standing army run by a king...
Shut the fuck, Donnie. You see, it would have been easier to hit the apple if it was an AR-15. Yes, it was, but I think he would have to wait a few centuries for that, Donnie. Just saying.
Time traveling lizard people.
Right. Let's just go back and give like MG42s to the Romans.
See what happens.
Yeah, like just for shits and giggles.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
They would arm and train ordinary people to fight. So not an army at all, but rather a militia.
The concept of the militia, that is interesting.
I'm now going into a shooting range
militia
that is in the mountains.
This shooting range is pretty cool.
Very Swiss.
It's inside the mountains, so cool.
Yeah.
In like a former bunker.
It feels like the old bunker days. Yeah. Exploring.
I mean, let's be real here. It's not like they are on a shortage of bunkers in Switzerland.
Yeah, there's a lot of bunkers there.
Come on. I'm pretty
It's
sure
like, if you were to put an open door on all the bunkers that are in the mountains of Switzerland, the mountains would look like Swiss cheese.
Oh yeah.
No,
just imagine. Oh
Literally
Lord.
Switzerland, Swiss cheese.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's a horrible joke. I'm gonna give you 3 out of 10 for that one, and that's because I'm in a good mood.
Bunker, but
Sorry, you got it from me. So it's a Daewoo joke.
Bro.
In a shooting range.
Daewoo, or more like Daewoo.
It's
I
like
don't
a
apologize.
maze.
Shut the fuck
in
up,
mountain
Snake.
With just a bunch of rooms. Shooting.
Okay, so now I'm fully loaded. Safety off. I'm going to take safety off.
Yeah, if you're on the target, and you want to shoot, you can take the safety off.
That's a nice 551.
Okay.
It is. It's been in a couple of shooting fed. There's 4 shooting fed, 5 shooting fed stickers. Oh, that's a STG 57.
Yeah, I've seen this thing before. I'm trying to remember which game had that thing, but I don't really remember.
Man, in the US, a parts kit for one of those goes for $1,900, and then costs like another $1,100 for it to be built.
No, I mean a lot of the parts there looks to be proprietary.
Yeah, but no, I'm saying it's very hard to get them in the US because of US importation law.
Yeah.
Stupid government regulations.
We need less government regulations, more government support.
Exactly.
Like what to do is it's in Switzerland. Come on, I'm pretty sure the shooting range cut into the mountain.
And government fund ammo.
Government discounted ammo to the civilians. Great, I love it.
Not in this current administration, bro. You guys can quote me on that one.
Shooting in the bunker is a completely different experience. Like you feel the vibration of your entire body because the echo is so extreme. I'm getting better at shooting.
But you see, again, like very positive with the whole experience.
Yeah, well, at least he's having a good time there, to say the least.
But
I know I would.
That's like that's a thing that we see like kind of frequently in these videos in which like content creators that are not like gun related, right? They want to do some sort of content towards guns, and a lot of these people do these like mini documentaries and essays. You're gonna watch like the footage. They are having like a shit ton of fun. They are being like very positive and etc. And it kind of doesn't fit very well the like sometimes like the rest of the video, because more often than not, the moments in which they are using the firearms, they have like a very positive attitude towards the whole thing, the whole experience. And when they are talking about it, they are talking in like a condescending way, or they are talking in like a problematic way, or, you know, it kind of feels like disconnected, like the footage from what has been said. It's not as much like the case here, especially not in this beginning, but I've seen some horrible stuff out there of content creators doing exactly that, having a lot of fun in the range, and then like writing their script and editing the video and putting like a bunch of like things that kind of tend to let people believe that is a bad thing, right?
Yeah.
Is that the same in the STG 57? Is that the same style of charge and handle than the Swiss K31?
Yeah,
just the handle.
Similar. Yep.
Yeah, the charger handle's the same.
Yeah. So the SKS actually did something similar with the Mosin Nagant, is they made it a similar style, put on the same side, so troops could train with it easier, be easier transition for them. That's why it's on the right side. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Straight pull bolt rifles are very sexy. You cannot change my mind.
Oh yeah.
You never shot before, right?
No. 2 days ago I started.
Hi Jack, how are you, bro?
So back to 1600s Europe, where Switzerland remained this one peaceful confederacy protected by its citizen militia. Meanwhile, in the rest of Europe, greedy kings were using their huge standing armies to conquer one another, while Switzerland stood by, training its citizens in the ways of war. Swiss citizens got so good at fighting that the Pope hired them as his personal protectors. Other empires would even hire Swiss soldiers.
Let's be
to
honest
fight.
here. Switzerland actually wasn't all that peaceful. They fought wars. They weren't just sitting in the mountains training. They were fighting some wars, like everyone else
They
was
did.
during that time period. Switzerland,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
They
Europe
did, though.
Europe
They were
was
more
a mess
they were
back
more
then.
prolific.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. What he's scoping out on this is that's true because quite literally they were able to hold a republic in quite literally that part of the world where it's nothing but tyrannical monarchy and whatnot.
Yeah.
How do you think they were able to hold that kind of status? And like the Pope, even employed them again like mercenaries.
But still
Again,
still
this is what
employed
do you
them
think
today
Swiss
as
Guard
a
is all
Swiss
about?
Guard, yeah. They're still employed
Yeah.
today as a Swiss Guard.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
like
yeah, that's about
like Europe was a mess all the way until like World War One.
No, post World War II. No, still even post World War II, it's still a mess because there were a bunch of little civil wars going on.
No, yeah, but like it was, like back in the during this period and like all the way close to World War One, like the entire Europe was in conflict at all times. Like after World War II, conflict started to become like kind of localized in Eastern Europe, like the Balkans and whatnot. Like Western Europe was kind of fine by that point,
They got their bloodlust satiated. They got it. They all got tuckered out.
Yeah.
Their own wars. But Switzerland itself remained almost entirely out of these conflicts on the continent. Eventually, European thinkers start to notice this peculiar Alpine confederacy, Switzerland, this place that trains their citizens to fight, and miraculously showed that you can have a republic, even in Europe, a sea of monarchy and kings.
Jack, we are here today and not analyzing, but more like talking about this video about the differences from gun culture in Switzerland and America. And
reaction and debating, right?
Huh?
Is reacting and debating.
Yeah, kinda. And well, I hope you feel better, bro. Just make sure to take care of yourself. Don't overwork and
hydrate.
Yeah, hydrate and make sure to have like some honey and ginger tea. That is good for colds. Oh my god, you guys are gonna explode my bladder.
I've been reading a lot of like old European political literature, and you start to see this phrase pop up to describe how Switzerland defends itself, using a well-regulated militia. I saw this term a lot when I was looking through this old literature. Around 1610, this British diplomat goes to Switzerland and gawks at their well-regulated militia, how they can overturn their government at pleasure because they all know how to fight. By the way, back in like the 1600s, well-regulated militia meant...
Oh my god, come on! Fuck. Oh, I don't know who did that.
Well-organized or efficiently run militia, not like regulated.
Who was it?
Sneku.
God damn it. Now, it is, I think it's credits are necessary. Credits are due when credits are due. At least he was honest to actually come up and talk about like the what well-regulated militia meant back then.
Yeah.
And how like people tend to look at that particular set of words and analyze them through like the meaning of well-regulated nowadays. I'm gonna give some points to him.
It means entirely something different than what was meant back then.
Yes,
so,
exactly.
And plus, sometimes some scholars would even look at these older writings with bias to modern day standards, right?
That's the issue. Because well, if you go on like Twitter, yeah, I was gonna say gun Twitter, but if you go on just Twitter, you will not find like a small amount of people saying how well-regulated militia means a militia organized, run, and fiscalized by the fucking government. And I'm like, bro, nah, you're completely wrong about that. So please stop being spreading your shame around. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're doing more harm to others than what you quote unquote comprehend.
But that's the thing. That's the thing. Like when you're, I know you a little bit better now, Louie. You tend to see like the bright side of things. I'm not that positive. I'm not that like optimistic. I tend to see like the bad side of the things. I tend to be a little bit more pragmatic when I see people using that particular argument online, even though I'm not American, but now I understand these things. I'm like, they know exactly what they are talking about, and it's not that they don't know. They know, but they just want to misinform people.
Yep.
Yeah.
I am not so but I mean that's just me. That's just me.
In the way that we think of it today. But yeah, the idea was if you arm everyone in your society and you train them, that's actually the key to the best defense and the best preservation of freedom for the people, not just the king. This idea of a well-regulated militia spread across the ocean to a group of British intellectuals who were secretly conspiring to overthrow their own king.
Hey, yo, that's your country. Both of you can.
1976, they declared independence,
Yep,
using their own well-regulated militia to fight off a tyrannical king and his standing army. As they fought this war, a leader from Switzerland wrote to Benjamin Franklin, suggesting that this new rebel experiment called the United States should become sister republics with Switzerland. The Americans somehow won this war and got to work designing their new country. They sat down in a hot church-looking building to draft the document that would be the foundation of this experiment, a system free of kings. The founders studied the political systems of Greece and Rome. They studied the British Magna Carta, Native American confederacies, European philosophers. But then there's John Adams, one of the founders who was kind of obsessed with Switzerland at this time. He studied their system, and he was amazed at how their militia worked.
They did Mr. Adams very dirty in this animation. I'm sorry. He looks kind of way too flamboyant, if you know what I mean. He's like, oh, I don't know, honey.
How they required everyone to have a gun and to have ammo, and they wouldn't let them get married unless they did. He wrote,
no peasant is allowed to marry without producing his arms and uniform.
All about this in like a treatise on different government systems right before he wrote the Constitution with his fellow co-founders. Switzerland was a model. It was the republic that had resisted tyranny and been able to stay free in a Europe full of kings. And when it came time to write the actual Constitution, you can see that a militia was enshrined in the Constitution itself. In the Constitution, the role of the militia is to protect the government, to protect the country from invasion or insurrection.
All right. Correct me if I'm wrong, but like I find it very annoying that the first thing that he talks about the militia is that it was made to protect the government.
Yes and no.
Because, okay, like, again, I am not American, right? But like based on how I see these things, the militia was created to protect the people from whatever sort of threat could appear, either from inside or outside, not the government.
Yeah, so like I said, yes and no.
Yeah, when you say the government, I think it was like the government that was, you know, establishing America at that time. So that could be one thing.
yeah, I kind of understand, but it's a very weird way to portray the thing, especially when he brings that as the first thing that he talks about, you know, the concept of militia in America. Because if you think about it, Americans had to fight against their government for independence. So if they, at that point, if they didn't have like a regular army, and they would rely on the militia, and the militia had to fight, well, their former rulers for independence, it feels very weird that he would phrase the thing in a way to say that, well, the militia was supposed to protect the government in first place.
Yeah.
Well, he wouldn't say like in first place. Not
Okay.
necessarily up to that extent. I'd just say again, it's like
Let's hear this thing again. Let's make sure that I'm not like going absolutely crazy here. The dog is discussing like old ass documents. That's what the dogs are doing. Okay,
was enshrined in the Constitution itself. In the Constitution, the role of the militia is to protect the government, to protect the country from invasion.
The role of the militia was to protect the government. He says
Yes,
protect the country and etc., but comes in second place.
yeah. Again, that's why I said like earlier that probably applies to the government, or what was quote unquote be the government back then, because they're trying to establish that of a nation free of the crowns, right?
Yeah.
So of course that being heard overseas there by the crown, of course they're going to be going after them, right? So that's kind of one purpose why militia was a thing. The new government, yeah, from the old, yeah, the Brits. So that's the reason why, like you hear, it's like, oh, the British are coming, the British are coming, British are coming. Is it an army? Or was it an army then that was taking arms to fend against, you know, the crown that's targeting the new government that was being established there? No, that was a militia. Those were arms.
Yeah, because they didn't have a regular army back then. They would completely rely on citizens.
Yeah, they didn't. Yeah, that's the reason why that's a militia, not an army. We didn't have an army back at that time, or at least not literally did not have an army back then. So that's the reason why, like you see in that example, as I say, with, you know, when what was that? The dude on horseback say the British coming. He's coming around the new territory, warning that the crown's going to be coming after them again, right? It's not soldiers that he's warning. These are just normal American
citizens
from house to house, homestead to homestead.
You mean Mr. Revere?
Yeah, Giant Paul Revere.
Paul Revere? Yeah, Paul Revere is right and whatnot. Well, who do you think he was shouting that to as he's making his way across the territory?
The Brits are coming.
Yeah, those are not soldiers he was yelling that to. Those were normal.
I understand that, especially in that first moment without like a formal army, they would rely on that thing to protect like this structure that they just created, you know, from any sort of, like he said, you know, it could be like invasions from like other like nations, you know, like other countries. It could be like insurrections. Maybe we're talking about insurrections of people pro British crown, you know, that could try and start like a counter-revolutionary movement or something like this. But again, we also hear a lot of the whole thing that the founding fathers did whatever they did in order to give people the tools to fight, if necessary, against a tyrannical government from within, not from outside, right? From the beginning, because they actually need those. They needed those weapons in order to fight against their own tyrannical government. And the way he decided to come with this thing, like, as the first thing that he talked about the militia is because it kind of feels that, like, from the get-go, he wants to try to pass this idea that, well, since the beginning it was used to, like, protect the government, you know, as the main thing. And I'm like, I don't know about that, buddy.
Yeah, so I think, again, as what, like, even Jack said, I think when he was speaking about the militia's purpose, the militia's function is to protect the government. I think he was I think he was talking about, for its functions at that time. Again, the context of it was a new established government, and of course, for them, making the system of this new government in the new world, of course, that the crowns will be after them. So in that kind of sense, that one aspect of the sense of a militia or a well-regulated militia is to protect the government in the context of that time period, and in general from that also the country itself.
Yeah, he talks about the thing
government
is,
and country.
yeah, the laws of the union. Yeah, fuck the problem. All right, let's just keep going.
Or insurrection. And then, after the Constitution, it became time to draft that sacred list of the most fundamental rights that would ensure that the American project remained free and full of liberty. The first of these 10 amendments would be freedom of speech and of expression, assembly, religion, and the press. But right after that, they write the Second Amendment, and it's about the well-regulated militia being vital, being necessary for the security of a free country. So to have a militia, the people must have arms. They must have a right to have guns. So now you have the Constitution, the Bill of Rights and the Second Amendment, and then a few years later, the well-regulated militia idea got enshrined in law when one of the first Congresses passed a law that said that every man doesn't just have the right to have a gun, but is required to have a gun and ammo and must train to use it so that the president could call on its armed citizens as its mechanism for defense. This whole legal framework was very clearly like, yes, you can have guns, but only if you are ready to use them to defend our country from invasion or insurrection. And sure enough, George Washington had to actually use this. There was this rebellion in Pennsylvania over taxes, and George Washington called up his armed citizens to march and tamp down on these rebels, and it totally worked. The militia system was working for this young nation to ensure its freedoms with an armed citizenry, something Switzerland had been doing for centuries. Guns started out as a symbol of collective security, as collective defense, armed citizens ready to stand up to defend the country. But needless to say, things kind of changed when it came to guns in America. So how we got from that to this is the next part of this video. And in my mind, it's the most interesting version of this story because it shows us how Switzerland and the United States diverged so severely from this militia culture. Okay, but before we...
All right, now, related to this whole thing, this comparison, did you guys actually realize his change in tone and expression?
Yes, how he's kind of demonizing the guy shooting.
That is what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about when I say that these things are not a coincidence. You know, this guy is an entertaining, of course, but since he's like, every time that we're gonna do something, that we're gonna create some content around any specific subject, we're gonna apply whatever we believe in that particular sort of content, right? And when he, like, on purpose decides to phrase the things like this, decides to change the music, to edit the thing like this, and like to change the tone and his expression the way he does, he's showing, like, to the public that is watching him, like, either if it's like people that know about these things like we do, or even or also like people that are not connected to gun culture at all, he's showing to people, okay, so in Switzerland it's a good thing, in America It shifted from the collective, which was a good thing, to the individual, which is a bad thing nowadays. And let's see how that happens. You know, he automatically portrays the thing as something bad.
Yeah, or implies it's bad.
Or implies it's bad,
and
exactly.
He I'd say like handpicked some sources as well, like some of the footages that you saw earlier in the intro.
Mhm.
Yeah, he handpicked those to show
A bias.
to
His
put that
bias.
to put that in a bad light. The whole thing about having the right element to gun culture and the duty element being totally erased, and he kind of put that in a bad light. That's the bias part about this.
It's what I was talking about earlier, you know. He could have grabbed like a bunch of footage from YouTube channels and everything else from America that could show like good sides of, you know, gun culture in America, but he chose to do the opposite. And
I mean,
while
even then,
But that also does acknowledge that these stuff do exist. So if he was just to put like everything in a good light and whatnot, yeah, I guess he just chose to put it in this kind of orientation. But at the very least, you know, he did present that these things do exist at the very
no,
minimum.
it could. The thing that I'm saying is that if he wanted to actually show this in like a let's call it a neutral position, even though I don't believe in neutrality, because, well, for me that doesn't exist. But if he wanted, he could have grabbed, I don't know, like he's going to use like 5 videos from America, like in the beginning part, and now like another 3 videos, so you have 8 videos. He could have grabbed like 4 things that were showing like people, like problems created from that, people acting like irresponsible with firearms, and 4 videos actually showing like good things, wholesome things, and people being responsible. But he didn't do that. He didn't do that.
Yeah. And he put a guy being responsible for the firearm just shooting cans.
No, you know what? Like the person that he literally shows here to call like a some sort of issue, like
guns.
Where is the
when it came to guns in America? So how we got from that to this?
Like this guy right here, he's a YouTube reviewer. If you take a look at his videos, I think his channel is like Honest Outlaw or something like this. He does a lot of content like talking about, you know, like affordable guns, which guns he recommend for people to buy when it comes to like self-defense scenarios, like home defense. He talks about like good guns, bad guns, guns that are overrated, guns that are underrated, and etc. Like if you watch his videos, I haven't seen a single video of him like acting irresponsible around guns. You know, like I don't know, like shooting sideways, shooting tannerite, like while super close, you know, like doing crazy things. Like I'm not saying that this is irresponsible, but it's kind of crazy when people do those like test firing with guns that they just melt the gun in half, like the barrel with an automatic rifle or something like this, and like literally hundreds of magazines. You don't see videos of him doing that sort of thing, and yeah, the guy is put in a scenario created to portray him as an example of, you know, look at what happened with gun culture in America, with guns in America, in a bad way.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep going then.
Is the next part of this video. And in my mind, it's the most interesting version of this story because it shows us how Switzerland and the United States diverged so severely from this militia culture. Okay, but before we get to that, I want to show you more about Switzerland today. Show you what it looks like when a country sticks to an actual militia system as their primary tool for national defense. Okay. To better understand gun ownership in Switzerland, I visited a member of the Swiss Army.
you.
Hey.
Can I see your gun?
Of course. That's why.
That sounded kind of sus, not gonna lie. Imagine the first thing that you do when you hop inside like someone's home is like, bro, can I see your gun? Like that's like,
not kosher, not kosher.
No, I'm just like making, you know, sexual innuendos. It's fine. It's just stupid things. 5th grade.
That's why I'm here. I want to play some. Where's Waldo? Where's the assault rifle?
Oh my gosh, I already see it. So you just have a gun in your corner here.
You want to carry it?
Okay. What's interesting to me is like for you, this is like no big deal. For me, this is a giant gun. Like this is I don't handle guns. Like I held a gun like this for the first time like 2 days ago. For the very first time in my life.
No way.
Yes.
Actually.
I'm an American.
Yeah. I was about to. That's very uncliche.
Yes.
Switzerland still has a militia. Every able-bodied man in Switzerland is given a uniform and a gun and required to join the military.
So, and this is in the...
Just wanted to say something like, again, how was his reaction to the fact that the guy was literally storing the rifle in the corner? Like, not in a safe, not anything. Wasn't that a positive reaction?
No, negative. I'm sure if someone in the U.S. had that and he walked into their house, as you see their gun, he'd be a little dismayed.
No, like I'm pretty sure that if it was a different situation, if it was, for example, an American household and the guy just grabbed the rifle from behind the couch, like he would be using this, you know, to sort of claim that.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. To sort of say, you know, look how crazy people are. They literally have an assault rifle behind like the couch, even though we could clearly see that thing was stored unloaded, right? There was no magazine, there was no ammo, nothing. But still, like he doesn't really act in a negative way towards the fact that this guy is like literally storing the rifle like that. I think it would be a different scenario if it was in America, but that's just me thinking.
Yeah.
This is in the Constitution. It's written there that every male can be forced, not only forced to do military service, but also forced to make more. So instead of 21 weeks, I did 37 weeks. And in total, I have to do like 450 days.
Up until the 90s, you would go to jail if you refused to do this. Now you just have to pay 3% of your income if you don't.
I was
3% of your taxable income from like for like what 11 full years. Jesus Christ.
Just go into the conscription service.
It's cheaper to serve. Yeah. It's cheaper to sell your fucking soul to the goddamn Satan government.
Like the guy was saying, it's only 21 weeks. Just do 21 weeks or 400 whatever days and get it done over with. It's just over a year.
I would.
Yeah.
I mean,
And,
what
like,
do you
pretty much-
prefer? Like 1 year
pretty much the
shooting
whole entirety.
6 or 11 years paying 3% of your tax? Of
Hey,
your
shoot a gun for
income.
free, I'm up for that. I don't mind, and I can pretty sure the rest of the population, the entirety of Switzerland, can attest to that.
Oh,
Shoot a
yeah.
gun for free, 21 weeks and whatnot, rather than paying 3% of your taxable income. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I'd say the answer is obvious. I'm gonna shoot a gun for free.
All right. I'm gonna give it a play here, and I'm gonna go to the bathroom like really quick while you guys keep watching it.
Okay.
also very against the military, and I went reluctantly.
One of the first things you do in this initial training is you come to one of these clubs and you learn to shoot.
It was kind of scary, actually, because it's all like 18 to 20-year-old guys, and just like, oh yeah, we're gonna go to shoot this gun now. And it's like, here's ammunition, here's the rounds, and now you do what you learn.
After the recruits complete their training, they return back to their normal jobs, to their normal lives, but they keep their firearm with them in their home. And then they're required to come to one of these private clubs every year
to practice shooting.
Die Armeeangehörigen müssen jedes Jahr eigentlich so obligatorisch schießen und wir tun eigentlich mit dem Staat arbeiten, oder?
It's called the obligatorisch. So it's obligatory or mandatory for people to shoot.
This is my shooting book. Every time I shoot, there is.
I can imagine it does get very tedious having to fill out that book, though. I'd
Having
get
to what?
pretty annoyed. Having to fill out that book every time you go to the range, having to record everything for your government, that'd get pretty annoying.
I guess like maybe
Imagine.
they've been doing for so long they just don't mind because
Yeah.
they're obliged to do that as what they call it, the obligatorisch.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I'd imagine it does get pretty annoying to do that.
Probably. I don't know. It didn't seem like he had a problem with it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Somebody has to sign it. Of course, when you go shooting, you just take this out. But then it's just like this. Wow. And then you go to the public transport, just like that.
You're just
You're
on-
fine.
Just walking around on the train with your gun?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
So it's actually simple.
Again, same situation as like the assault rifle behind the couch thing, you know? If he would hear an American citizen, like, I don't know, like a place in which people can open carry like long weapons, for example, if he would talk to someone from one of those states talking about how they would literally get out of their truck with like a shotgun in their back or a rifle and an AR-15 in the back, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have such a positive or like, you know, like, oh, really? You do that? Like, no, he would try to portray that as something way more unreasonable than in this case. Like, I'm 100% sure. I'm 100% sure.
Yeah.
No, and Jack Jack says, "Come on, man, it's just once a year." I think he was just saying that to Sneku and whatnot, and like filling out that book.
Oh
would be
yeah, the
annoying to him.
paperwork. Yeah.
But yeah. I think about it's just only once a year.
Yeah.
In specific month and a day within these hours. That's just it. Just once a year, and then like you could probably have nothing to do with your gun for the entire that year until the next time that you're need to take the mandatory shooting test.
Yes.
So yeah, I wouldn't mind if it's just once a year that I'll need to fill up
Yeah,
my book again.
if it's once a year, but I thought it was like you go to the range, every time you go to the range, you have to record it.
No,
Nope.
that's like
You go to the range and just practice on your own. You don't need to fill that book. That book is issued
Just
by
for the
the
military stuff.
government for
Military
that.
training.
What's that thing called? The mandatory test and whatnot, just to, just get that filled up and whatnot. It's not even. It's just only one day out of the whole entirety of the year. So
Yeah.
I don't think it's bad at all.
Easy peasy. Also, hi Leffy, welcome. We are taking a look at and kind of reacting and commenting on this video right here. It kind of tackles Swiss gun culture, and this guy tries to compare it with American gun culture, and we do have a lot of stuff to add. That's what we are doing for today. All right,
If anything, you can just use that book as a track record for your own personal evaluation too, if you need to. It's not information that's only going to the government only, but you're the one that's writing that down, and you can use that as your own track record and whatnot.
Yeah.
So yeah, the double function.
Yeah, who knows?
Similar to what the United States National Defense Strategy looked in like the 1800s, where every able-bodied man had a gun and was required to use it, required to be ready to defend the country from invasion or insurrection.
Part of this is also being able to fight if it would be necessary, just to protect our country, and this self-defense thinking is part of our our people and from Switzerland.
What Switzerland doesn't have that we...
Okay, so interesting thing that the guy said. You realize that the guy, like the instructor, when he said like self-defense, he was talking about self-defense of like the territory as a whole, not like self-defense as in, you know, like individual self-defense.
Yeah, because that's the thing in Switzerland. Collectively,
Yeah,
collectively,
they think collectively.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've also actually covered this thing in my mass communications course. Between two cultures, collectivity and collectivism and individualism, and this does actually play a very good role in that. So in this context, collectively, people in Switzerland take up arms to defend a territory or a country as a collective culture. Where in America, people take up arms in an individualistic culture.
Yeah, to
Right, so
like
defending
defend themselves, the closest
More of a
one, like their
smaller
property.
scope. Yeah, so it's more on a smaller scope, down to the individual within individuals of that culture. Where
Yeah.
in collective, it's pretty much like think of everyone within that culture as one entity, and something like that. So there's the differences of the scope between the two. Not
It's like-
saying anything of bad or good context. It's just it's what is identified as.
It's like we were talking about like the other day during that other stream that we made, like about the differences between like America, Brazil, the Philippines, remember? Like the cultural differences play like a huge part in this whole thing. Like necessarily one thing is not like better than the other, but that's the thing. The thing is that throughout this entire video, what he's saying is that the collective defense, it's better than the individual defense. And that one thing is a good thing, and the other thing is something that only brings trouble. Because I'm gonna spoil you guys on something right here, those who haven't seen the video. Not a single time he talks about defense. He does talk about defensive gun uses in America one time, and to kind of turn it down, to act as if it doesn't exist. Like he doesn't talk about defensive gun uses in America, like individual defensive gun uses. He never touches that subject. Almost feels that like guns they are not useful to defend the individual. They are only useful to defend the collective, which is, well, not wrong. Oh, not right. Okay.
We have in the United States is a Second Amendment, an articulated, unambiguous right to have guns. Instead, guns are articulated mostly as a duty to protect the country. And then, secondly, comes the privilege to use guns, to compete with them, to own guns, etc. For them, the duty came first.
We have a tradition of more of a liberty tradition, and there it's more of a responsibility tradition.
Essentially, everybody has to go. So this is.
I'm sorry, but putting Mr. Halbrook to literally say like 2 lines in an interview, it's like a fucking sin. That guy is one of the biggest experts in like gun culture and gun subjects, like Second Amendment stuff, like at all, and like putting him in a mini documentary to say like 2 lines is a fucking sin. I'm sorry.
Yeah. You can again, the things with the Second Amendment, it covers a lot of stuff. And of course, you got to keep in mind the scope of what this main documentary is trying to show. The whole scope of the Second Amendment as a whole cannot fit within the scope of what is.
No, I know. It's a way generalistic stuff, but I'm just saying that I'm pretty sure they didn't sit down for 5 minutes to talk, and I'm pretty sure he had more stuff to add. But again, I don't know if you remember in the beginning of the video, but he actually talks about how he talked with like some Swiss military historians, and he shows like a node guy, like a node dude, and he never shows anything about that old dude. So of course he got a bunch of footage from this, and he selected whatever he wanted to use in the particular documentary. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, it was pretty much selected. It was obvious from the start.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that someone like from probably let's say the caliber of these people, like a military historian from Switzerland and like a Second Amendment expert from America, I don't want to say this, but I think they would have like more interesting stuff to add to the whole context than, for example, this guy right here. You know, that maybe like there were interesting stuff that was cut, and I understand there's a limited amount of time, but just saying that guy is very good in what he does, and he has wrote like a bunch of very interesting books about like the entire like Second Amendment thing in America. All right.
Kind of like one thing that unifies a lot of the male population here, and it's just like you can meet a guy, and if he's done military service as well, you can talk for hours and hours and hours on end.
And this to me makes all the difference. Like these two different purposes of guns in society, whether they are a right for individuals or the duty of the collective. I think this is a major factor that divides these two gun cultures.
If you could describe Swiss shooting culture in 3 words, what would those words be?
Wettkampf, Kameradschaft, Tradition.
And this is where it all clicked for me. I had thought that Switzerland's gun culture was the product of smart laws and gun policies. But being here, it was becoming clear that it was the militia system that was at the root of all of this. The requirement for every...
with M-Lock.
Wait, what?
There, I say there's another STG with M-Lock rail on it.
Oh, yeah.
And to learn how to shoot as the main strategy for collective national defense, turning guns into a symbol of community and celebration.
I wouldn't mind coming visiting these events though. They look pretty cool.
Oh, yeah, the shoots and fest, yeah.
Yeah, oh man.
I'm pretty sure you would be able to have some very good
something so we can meet up over there and just like first offline meetings, like we go to these one events,
Oh yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
I want to.
It does sound it's nice to see these celebrations. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I just think it's kind of sad from this particular part, because when he interviews that old lady and she say those 3 words, to exemplify, again, he comes with his bias, almost as if, you wouldn't have these sorts of events in America, right?
Oh, no, I can confirm we have events in America like that. Hell, when I fucking dislocated my arm last weekend, everyone in the little group I was with helped me out and helped me get my shit off, helped me get back, and helped me out a lot.
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about.
Those kinds of stuff in America, though. But for the one significant thing with Swiss culture is that these kinds of events, marksmanship, shooting, learning how to shoot a gun, or just simply shooting a gun, that is something that is engraved into culture and traditions to them.
Yeah.
No, okay, but I'm sorry, but like it almost feels like that this is not ingrained in American tradition as well. And this is like one of the main things in America. Like it's a staple of American culture, like the firearm ownership, and there's a lot of, again, the 3 words that the lady spoke, tradition. There's a lot of tradition in this, like competition. There's like literally hundreds, if not thousands, of competitions throughout America on a yearly basis around, firearms and camaraderie. There's a lot of camaraderie among like gun enthusiasts in America. Of course, there are conflicts because, any group that involves fucking humans will have conflicts, even though they share like literally the same interests. But these things exist in America as well. But the guy is portrayed in a way in which, oh, these things are exclusive to Switzerland and America doesn't have anything wholesome around firearm. It does. But the problem is, like, one of the sides doesn't like it, and one of the sides want to pretend that firearms are only something that brings, you know, chaos, fear, division, oppression to people, which is not true.
No, I'm pretty sure if he was at an American gun club and asked that same question there, I'm pretty sure they'd be saying more or less the same thing. And they'd be speaking on their behalf. And as much as what the lady here, she made those 3 words on Switzerland's behalf. So I think they, in all honesty, if you were to ask the same exact question to either sides, they'd probably more or less say the same thing.
Oh no, they would add a 4th thing, and you know what I'm talking about, Louie.
Oh yeah.
You know, they would not forget their freedom.
Yeah, again,
They would not forget them.
as what Steven, bleh, I can't English right now. He said that again, we're liberty minded with that stuff. So you're gonna have like an extra word gonna slip in there and whatnot, which I don't mind. I'm all for that too.
But then the thing is that he ties this whole thing, like sentiment, like this, let's call it a wholesome sentiment, right? He ties this whole like wholesome sentiment towards gun to the fact that Switzerland follow with the strategy of having a militia, right? And this unity brought them like the tradition, the camaraderie, and like the wholesomeness. And because America went on a different route, in a different path, and went for something more individualistic, it lost that thing, and that's those like wholesome sentiments don't exist in America nowadays. Which again, it's not true.
Exist in America.
Yeah,
it's
they
just
do,
that John
but
painted America in a bad color and all that stuff.
That's why I was saying that up until a certain point in this video, I was finding very entertaining. But then when he starts like straight comparing like the 2 countries and saying, oh, the guys in Europe using guns are nice and civilized and wholesome, and the guys in America using guns are like radicals, savages, and only brings problem. I'm like, bro, you are not being honest, and that's the main thing here. I don't think he is honest with the thing.
And that's also why I know that something like this was going to happen. So that's the reason why I took responsibility of myself as an audience, as a viewer, to start filtering out some of the information there.
Yeah.
Of course, I know he was going to paint America in a bad color with the whole things of violence going on, the gun culture in America, though. But like he shows Switzerland in good color, the competition, camaraderie, and traditions and all that stuff, though. But I also do know myself as a viewer and how much I know about American gun culture, that more or less the same thing in America exists as what's being shown in Switzerland, all that stuff. So the whole entire way how he's kind of painting America in like their liberty mindedness in their gun culture and all that stuff, and trying to present it in kind of a bad thing, that's the part that I kind of filter out, because, well, I already know that within American gun culture, I already know all these bad things are happening. Tell me what else is not new. That's just already known thing that this exists and whatnot, right? So that's where I took responsibility of myself as a viewer to start filtering stuff, things that I've already known, and of course that's obvious. He's gonna try to edit the video to
in a
show
way that transpires the thing that he wants.
Yes, I already know about that.
Also, Jack, that is like that is a very expensive trip. Now, it's a complicated thing, buddy. It's a very complicated
Maybe
thing.
one day it's a pipe dream, but it could happen one day.
You know, maybe it's one day I could fill up my fucking mouth with like German wieners and like Swiss chocolate and shoot cigs in a bunker.
You mean bratwursts?
Yeah, bratwurst. But like
hot spicy German wieners.
Yeah, the spicy currywurst. But like we like as time goes by, we gun enthusiasts, we kind of understand that these things are about to happen. Like contents like this are they are bound to pop every now and then. But that's why I'm saying that even though I didn't know this guy, I went completely unbiased. I didn't check anything on his channel, so I wouldn't have this preconception of thinking, oh, this guy is, you know, he leans towards more this side or that other side, so I'm gonna be very skeptical of everything that he's saying, or I'm gonna believe in the thing he's saying. I'm gonna assimilate the content that he's trying to deliver me in a more, let's say, without a lot of thought behind it, or I'm gonna try to, you know, analyze the things he's saying to check if he's actually like telling something good or not. The problem is that we have this future, like you said, it's a future. We have this future. The majority of people don't. So the majority of people that will sit down and watch a video like this, especially people from other countries that are not either America or Switzerland, they're gonna look at this thing, and the information that they will assimilate is the one that, you know, Switzerland have guns and it's a civilized and wholesome place. In America have guns and everyone is a bunch of violent savages.
Yeah,
and that's a problem.
And
that is my personal problem, because I think that this does like a huge disservice to the whole thing. But I know that he's doing this not as a coincidence. I know that he's doing this on purpose. So that's why I felt the need to actually sit down and show this to people and talk about this sort of things.
Yeah. It's good to have a conversation.
Jax, I filled my mouth with German wieners. Call me Dick 2023.
Hey yo. I think it's a little bit late to say don't quote me on that one. So, I'm just gonna... inflate the consequences of my own actions.
Jack, you can put that in the Discord there in the general chat, and have that
bro.
pinned.
I'm gonna make a business card with that one.
Yeah, have a business trip to Germany, and then have that.
Handle the business card to people. Fill my mouth with the wiener.
I'm sure you're good at taker too.
Oh, Jackie spelled wieners wrong. You have winners, German winners.
Wait, he did? Wiener. The Germans are wiener. I don't know about that, Jack. Like, they lost 2 world wars. You know?
Yeah.
Minor spelling mistake noted.
And I don't know about Germans being winners on War Thunder, especially with the tanks.
Oh, for fuck's sake! No, today's not War Thunder Day. Don't bring German bias here to this household. Not today.
We practice Soviet bias.
No, I'm sorry, but like German bias is no match for my French and Italian vehicles in War Thunder. They suffer in my hands. All right, let's keep going, because now he does say something that I want to talk about like the whole Second Amendment thing, like the literal words for it. Oh fuck!
Center of large festivals all over the country, where Swiss traditions are celebrated with firearms at the center.
Like, bro, take a look at this.
where
You
Swiss
literally have
traditions
like
are celebrated
small
with
children
firearms at the
shooting with like things that are like super close. Not this like wish.com Uzi right here.
That's a paintball gun.
Yeah, I know. But like that
all over the
that
country.
air
where Swiss
rifle, I
traditions are
guess. Is that an
celebrated
air
with
rifle?
Yeah.
Like this thing looks. It could pass as like a real gun to someone that. Yeah.
No other.
To someone
that
that
could look
doesn't
like
know.
a generic air rifle. In all honesty, I've
Yeah.
seen some of these in my county fair too, back when I was in the U.S.
Like, bro, like in places in which you have like entire government funded like campaigns to like, oh, let's not give toys to kids that even resemble firearms, because firearms are not, I mean, they are definitely not toys. I'm not saying that real firearms are toys, but you know, the whole thing of let's make sure that kids don't have any sort of contact with anything that resemble a firearm, to a point in which even Nerf guns have to have some very weird ass abstract designs with like Fortnite coloring or Call of Duty coloring. Like
whatever to make it look like a toy.
Yeah, like people nowadays they tremble just to the thought of having like a kid playing with one of those like old school like revolvers with like percussion caps that would like make shooty McGee sounds when you pull the trigger, right? And now here they are portraying this thing, like this festival, as something for the whole family, you know, fun for the whole family. If this was in America, he would be using like some sort of dark music, you know, like talking in a different tone and whatnot, to say like, oh, look at how these people brainwash these kids to take like guns very early, and like to have like a very normalized life around guns and what. The approach would be completely different.
Just so you know, I'm eyeing that air rifle there, and it reminded me back when I was visiting one of my cousins who lives out in the province, just about, I don't know, maybe 5 miles away from the city limits. And they showed me their air rifle that they use to hunting small game or birds or even rodents around their, around there that's messing around with their property and their rice crops and whatnot. And that is actually a pastime for them. So these are air rifles that has super high pressurized metal BBs in them, but that's also a recreational thing for shooting. And well, my cousins, they first fired that like when they were like 10 or something. And yeah, that's just their recreational thing that they do whenever they need to go out shooting for
small game or like farming control.
Yeah, farming control, eating and whatnot. And like that's a thing in the province for a lot of people that's living out there in the countryside of the Philippines. So
also I need to add something right here. Leffy, you were doing it wrong, because since you're in Romania, you shouldn't be using like one of those revolvers. You should be using like a miniature Makarov. It would be more, you know, accurate because of your region. If you know what I mean. He was talking about those percussion cap revolvers, like the toy ones, right?
Cap guns.
Oh, those.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
yeah.
cap guns.
The
Yeah,
super loud cap
so,
guns.
so they were called cap guns. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Let's keep going with this thing.
At the center, like that teen shooting competition in Zurich, or this important shooting festival that takes place at the foot of the Alps along a beautiful Swiss lake.
Wholesome.
The place where the
just
founders of
wholesomeness.
Switzerland formed their confederacy in
I'm not gonna lie, it
1291.
looks pretty wholesome over there.
No, yes, I'm not saying that it's not.
You have so many members of the community coming out and participating in them. You're going to have fun. The shooting is fun. They'll have music. After you're done shooting, you can have some beer or wine, and it's a family affair. And so they kept that alive.
Beer and wine over there? Okay, yeah, me sold. Guys, let's go over there right now.
We're ready, Switzerland boys.
Where's my bank account?
The what?
No, I was looking for my bank book so I can pull some money to get some flight tickets to Switzerland.
Ammersee und so weiter. Und da kommt,
Break the piggy bank.
Alle dort hat's von Arbeitern, von Angestellten bis zu Unternehmern, dort sind alle dort. Also es ist eine Gemeinschaft, oder?
Okay, we're at yet another gun club, and once again, this gun club has a target that goes.
All right, have a nice night, Laffy. Oh no, that's not Laffy, that's Jack. Oh, have a nice night, Jack.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah, that's
enjoy
Jack.
and make sure to take care of yourself, bro.
Yeah.
He kind of sick.
Was right over the top of
Yeah,
a
he's there
highway.
earlier.
I'm here to continue to learn what the deal is with Swiss gun culture and to see if I can get a better score than I did last time. Okay, so this is the gun we're shooting today. Gonna give it
I
a go here.
genuinely think that when people like him, when they are confronted with these sorts of situations in which guns are portrayed not in a violent way, not in a bad way, I think their beliefs kind of, they have their beliefs shattered a little bit, because every now and then you see that they are recording something very happy and then they are recording something and they have like a more like worried expression, almost as if, they're like, fuck, I was not supposed to be enjoying this as much as I am.
Laffy, when he said to drink a lot of beer, you're only allowed to be drinking after when you're entirely done shooting.
Yeah.
So when you know you're done shooting for the day, then that's when you can drink.
Shooting and drinking is only allowed in horseshoe, like what is the name of the game? Or handguns,
horseshoes.
Yeah, that
Hot
one.
dogs, horseshoes, and hand grenades.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just VR and whatnot. But
Yeah.
but we do not never do that. Never drink while you're shooting at a gun range. That's
Try to
you never
avoid
wanna do
that at least. Try to avoid. It's not very smart. Just like drinking and driving. Don't do that. It's not very smart. For you and for other people as well. You gotta be on a top form, buddy, when you're doing
But if
those
I come
things.
with some hidden alcohol on me, it'll boy out of your ass's grass real hard then, Laffy.
I don't know. There are things that are less, dangerous than that. Just like text your ex when you're drunk or something like this.
Yeah, again, but if I was a person at that range and whatnot, and knowing that this person is not in full control, well, it depends. Again, having alcohol, on the range,
it's kind of
is
a
never
shitty
a good thing.
combination.
Nobody
It's
wants
generally frowned upon.
that's no, it's not just frowned upon. That's just trouble waiting to happen.
Again, like
First of
just
all-
like drinking and driving.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. So, yeah,
I'm pretty
we
sure you
don't
would get expelled off the gun range if people find you with hidden alcohol there, Leffy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
If it was
I'm
like
pretty sure you'd be
a
banned from
serious
there.
range,
I don't know. I probably might need to look into that though. You probably might. I think you probably might get busted by the cops too from that. But I don't know. Just knowing the gun culture over there in Switzerland is. I got a
no,
feeling
I was
that,
just
like,
talking about like in general, not like specifically Sweden. I'm pretty sure like wherever you go in the world in which like people can actually go to gun ranges and use guns, I'm pretty sure if they find you with some sort of alcohol or etc., you might not face like legal issues, but if the people in the gun range are actually responsible, they will probably prevent you from shooting there. Even if you have like your own gun with your own ammo, your own equipment, because suddenly you become like a reliability to them, because it's their space, it's their responsibility.
Yeah, you're coming out to their range, and if you bring trouble with you, like regarding alcohol and whatnot.
It's not really nice.
Yeah, that means they'll have to deal with it too.
But that's the thing. Like, like I was saying a little bit earlier, you know, like people that do shit, like people that act irresponsible with the firearms, of course those people exist, but they are not the majority. And like that is not like 8 out of 10 things that happen on a daily basis when it comes to firearms. Like the majority of like gun owners like around the world, they are responsible people that take care of themselves and people around them. But then like every now and then you will find people that are not responsible. And unfortunately for people outside that particular hobby, it kind of taints the entire community.
Yeah, from those that are responsible with a firearm versus those that are not.
Exactly.
And like it's the people being irresponsible with firearms that actually kind of makes the rest of us look really bad.
I mean,
and so that means we had to deal with that as well.
Yeah. And that's when comes like our job, because I think that, and it's not because we are content creators or anything like that. No, it's because we are gun enthusiasts that have a little bit of knowledge about it, you know, a little bit of knowledge about gun culture and whatnot. I think our duty there is actually to go outside and talk to people that don't have knowledge and explain to them that things are not messy and irresponsible like anti-gun people love to portray. You know, like the usual is not people being irresponsible to guns, just like the usual is not people like drinking and driving. That's the exception, not the rule. Laffy, just like you're rich, just make sure to go to places that actually allow you to do that sort of thing and you have a nice time, you know? I'm pretty sure, I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm pretty sure, but gun laws in the UK, they are not as bad as a lot of people think. They are annoying, but they are not as bad as a lot of people think. It's just that people were kind of conditioned to think that, oh, because they are UK citizens, they can't have guns at all, and that's pretty much it. But that's not really like that. All right, let's keep moving.
It's just something that's prevalent.
Yeah, like the mindset of not getting contact with those things and not having those things around kind of make people believe that. All right.
Oh, there's a kick. There's a kick on this one. Okay, here it goes. Wow. Jeez.
Okay. Funny thing. Take a look here, right in the main pillar. There are literally 2 bullet holes in the main pillar. I guess someone was not a very good marksman.
Not that day. But then again, that's why that wall is there in case something happens like that.
Yeah, man, that's why he's shooting out of that tube there, so that you wouldn't be able to see the street down below.
It kind of narrows your vision.
Up there.
Yeah.
And in cut, or I don't know if it's cut into that mountain or is an opening in that mountain, but there you go. That whole entire mountain there behind the targets is your backdrop.
Oh yeah, it definitely helps.
Again,
avoid like any sort of accidents.
Yeah, it's what Sneku said earlier. So make sure that safety is prioritized on here. So that wall, that tube, the targets with that mountain as the backdrop.
Definitely. Also, Laffy, just do that. Come on. If you are, I think you told me about this gun nut friend of yours, but I mean, if you have like that common access in Romanian, just go for it, bro.
Yeah, might as well. If you have opportunity to someone take you to the range, might as well.
Yeah,
Also,
just go.
Now that I remember the Tom Scott video on how they get targets up there, I think there's like a tunnel that runs from where they're shooting at all the way to those targets, and then they have like an elevator system.
That police them up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay. Man, the sound like echoes through the valley. Oh. Okay.
I would definitely take that opportunity, Leffy.
Oh, beginner's luck continues. Wow.
He's also probably shooting.
Oh, here comes the score. My scorecard. Okay, what do we have here?
Also, only
That.
dit ist nur so groß eigentlich wie ein Fünfleiber, wenn man will sagen.
It's the beginner's luck. Beginner's luck. This is my scorecard here. My moosh. What's it called? Moosh? Moosh. I got the moosh. Yes, 300 meters away. I think that this bullet just traveled across the valley, over the cars, and hit a thing that's this big. Is pretty satisfying. So while I'm sitting here shooting bullseyes right below us, not only are there cars, but there's a guy just mowing the lawn. Like there's a guy mowing the lawn right there under the shooting range. This place is at once super...
Bro gotta fit his family, bro. Of course he's mowing the lawn. He needs money to afford more ammo.
Well, no, in Switzerland, it's government discount ammo.
Yeah, so you're gonna have to. You're gonna be able to buy more ammo for your buck. Probably.
Buttoned up when it comes to guns and seemingly very relaxed, but it's not relaxed. As I visit these gun clubs, it's striking how much these feel like a magnet for community, a gathering place for the community.
See, the same thing. Like gun clubs is like a thing for the community. Like same thing in America, bro. Like, what's the difference?
Yeah. Collective versus individual.
Activity and competition that everyone in the community can enjoy. I'm so used to guns being associated with danger and
Now
division.
imagine mowing the lawn and be near a gun range, just chilling, cutting grass while some sniper bullets go above your head. Well, it sounds like Switzerland there for you.
Yeah, I'm sure he has ear pro on.
Oh yeah, no, he definitely, especially with that sort of like lawnmower, like you would kind of go crazy, like mowing like a very big lawn with that thing without earplugs. So I'm pretty sure that would help with the gunshots as well, not just the engine.
It will noise pollution probably. Gunshot probably get muffled up by the motors of the lawnmower.
Yeah, I mean, it might help a little bit. I don't know. Okay, but like this
well,
is.
I mean, I'd still wear ear protection anyways, just for that. For that.
Yeah.
This is an interesting part. Like, take a look, based on what he says. Like, he talks about in Switzerland, he's seeing everything associated with the gun clubs and the communities and whatnot, and then in America,
activity and competition that everyone in the community can enjoy. I'm so used to guns being associated with danger and division and
that's what we were saying earlier.
Politics and fear.
Yeah, he's painting like the same kind of thing in American gun culture in a bad color. So that's the part that I'm kind of filtering out because I already know that that's a thing and whatnot. If you put it in like in the same color between two cultures, you'll see a lot of similarities between you know the good gun culture here there in America and over in Switzerland. But yeah, I think he was using like the bad side of American gun culture as a means to, as trying to like set
and I mean
America in a bad light or something.
And I mean, just like let's finish this particular part right here, and then I'm gonna like finish this particular part of the what I want to say about this
danger and division and politics and fear. But here it just has such a different feel than what I'm used to. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time. Thank you. This is really good.
It's been a really enlightening experience visiting all these shooting ranges, and what it's taught me is that guns here in Switzerland are a totally different thing than they are in America. Like, they're a completely different symbol. They have a very different purpose. They have a very different meaning. And that's kind of surprising to me because remember that the United States was founded on a lot of the same paradigms as Switzerland when it came to having a militia and having firearms in society as a form of collective defense. So to understand how these two gun cultures so greatly diverged despite having similar roots, you have to understand what happens after the Constitution, after the Second Amendment.
They don't diverge. It's just
Really
like they don't diverge. It's just like two different styles of taking care of your own like national defense, but like the sentiment,
two sides of the same coin, effectively.
yeah, but like the feeling of people that enjoy guns is the same in America and in Switzerland. People are seeing these things as something to, you know, like upgrade their own skills, improve their own skills. They are talking about, you know, like discipline, how to teach their kids to be responsible around these things. They are talking about these events in which like entire families can participate and everyone can have like a fun time. So it's the same sort of feeling than in America. And when he brings the whole thing of I'm so used to guns being portrayed like this in America. I'm sorry, but I gotta say this, and I gotta bring the whole like let's say like political side thing into like the equation. If guns became a symbol of division, if guns became something political, if guns became something associated exclusively with violence and fear and oppression, like for one part of the American population, that is not the fault of the side that actually enjoys guns and are gun enthusiasts. That's the work of the other side, the anti-gun side, because they are the ones that transform guns into these things.
Yep. Putting guns.
It was something created.
And then, oh yeah.
But that's pretty much what I wanted to say. Like, people are not that different. People are not that different. That the people that enjoy guns no matter where they are. Just because one side sees them as like a tool to like mostly defend your country and another one sees as a tool to mostly defend yourself and your family and your household, that doesn't mean that these people will not be able to enjoy these things in very similar ways. But if they were villainized, and they are still villainized, and we've been talking about this since the beginning with like the whole the training, like the conception, and even the guy like showed us like examples of how people villainize guns like over and over again. It was villainized by a very particular side of American politics that don't like guns. It wasn't something natural. Wait, where did Leffy said?
Like I said, when we were talking about something like this time ago, I'm not afraid of people from gun clubs in America. I'm afraid because of the random criminals, untrained people that put their hands on guns and have no clue how. Oh yeah. I get that. I one time, I went to the range because all the ranges in my area got closed down because COVID. And when all the ranges opened up, there were a lot of new gun owners because of everything that was going on in 2020. A lot of I've never been flagged more times in my life than there. And they flagged me one time. I freaked out about it, and they laughed at my face. They laughed in my face.
Yeah, I mean, like, people with again, the only way that you can fix that issue is with training.
Yeah.
Like, less training is not gonna fix that.
Yeah. But it comes down to the individual as well.
Yeah, of course.
No, like the individual getting training themselves, not the collective forcing someone to train.
Wait.
That's what I'm saying.
Fuck. Oh no, I did something stupid here.
I'll be right back. I need to
Alright.
go to the bathroom and grab myself another cup of Joe.
Oh, don't worry.
I already know what's gonna be. I already know what's gonna be happening next. So you guys just keep talking about that. I'll be right back.
All right. But here's the thing, Leffy, because this whole like gun thing, it's something that can take a lot of time, and there's a lot of stuff for us to talk about. You know, like just based on the things that you say, there's a bunch of stuff to talk about in which we will not have enough time to talk about today. But then it comes to the fact that I think I can resume like a couple of like two of the points that you said like very easily, that idiots and people who are irresponsible with like stuff in general, they exist, and the way that you have to deal with people like this is actually to teach them, right? To give them knowledge, to like teach them how to use those things in a proper and responsible way, not like preventing them from having access to that, because otherwise you would have to start applying that same sort of logic to pretty much anything out there, right? You would have to start applying that logic to cars, you would have to start applying that logic to knives and whatnot, and then you're starting to infringe on people's rights to just have things in general, right? Imagine if like people would remove your rights to like drive a car around because your neighbor got like a speeding ticket in which he was driving like 50 kilometers above the speed limit. He was doing like 120 in a zone that was like 70 kilometers an hour. Like it doesn't make any sense. So either you teach people how to be responsible, or you take their rights. And taking people rights, it's never like a good choice, at least not in my watch. Like, what do you think about it, Snake?
Yeah, don't infringe on other people's rights because of a single individual.
Yes, and like when it comes to like, oh sorry,
I'm gonna follow up with that. As name a single tyrannical country that didn't disarm its populace before.
Oh yes,
some fucked up shit.
Yes, exactly. And like when it comes to the whole car crash thing, Leffy, that is something else that has a lot of misconception, especially about America. Like people tend to think that America had a lot of road rage incidents, and America doesn't really have a lot of those things, especially if you take into consideration how many guns America have. I mean, granted, if you take into consideration like how many guns America have, a lot of America's like violence rates are not bad at all if you take into consideration how many guns they have. Like the thing is, for example, like talking about my country, talking about Brazil, you are far more likely to get in a road rage incident in Brazil than you are in America, just because in America people are aware that the guy in the other car might be armed. So if they have any issues, the majority of people will try to, deal with these issues in a peaceful way. Or not necessarily peaceful, but they won't be like stupidly aggressive and willing to start up fights and whatnot. But when you are in a country in which people know that the chances of someone being armed are small, like people are way more inclined to actually get out of their cars and try to start like a fist fight or something like this. And then you come across a lot of people who carry like metal pipes, you know, some sort of clubs, or even machetes or tire irons in their cars, like inside their cars. And this is when things get ugly, because this is when people, like, they think that because they are not using a gun, like, the lethality of a fight would be smaller. But bro, if you get hit by a tire iron in your head, like in the size of your head, or if you get hit by a machete in your torso, or especially in your belly area, the chances of you getting killed are, I think it's safe to say that they are higher than if you get shot in the chest by a 9mm.
Yeah.
But like, so this whole conception of like, oh, if we don't have guns among civilians, they will be less inclined to get involved in road rage accidents, especially if you're talking about a society that is not as, you know, patient and civilized as others, because that is a thing. We need to be real here. There are societies that are more civilized than other ones. They are more calm. They are more, you know, they think way more before they choose a path. They commit to a path. The chances are that you're more likely to get in one of those incidents. But okay, let's keep going with this thing, because we still have like 8 minutes to go.
I have the right to protect my family.
Oh, I love these two fellas. I fucking love this incident.
Based boomers.
Yeah. Like the Rotary Club warriors.
Family and myself.
What do you think about American gun culture? Like, what's the view?
Bonkers. Like the fact that everybody has a gun in America.
Well, not everyone has a gun. There are laws. A lot of that's another big misconception, is that a lot of Europeans, a lot of people outside.
Yeah, that's over
the United
exaggerated.
States think there's just no U.S. gun laws. There are gun laws. So, like, every time I buy a gun from like a FFL, pretty much any gun store, I go through a background check. That's a federal background check. And what this background check covers is if you're a felon, you're involuntarily committed. So meaning if you have like have a history of suicidal ideation, a bunch of other stuff, you can't legally get a gun. Or if you're a felon of some shape, way, or form, you can't legally get a gun.
You get a no.
Yeah.
But
and here's this too. While America's affiliated with like a lot of people having ownership to firearms, and of course America being the highest circulation of firearms, there's also again regulations that varies from state to state. For example, California got California compliant firearms, things that you can have on.
No.
And
You know
meanwhile,
what
in New
we
York,
need to
you
say
can't have
about
anything.
California? California has retarded regulations. That's it, Louie. You don't need to evolve into that. That is horrible.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't. That's just how much I care about Cali compliance and all that stuff. I just will give them bare minimum, like textbook, the definition.
He's highlighting the difference
I was just
between
about to finish.
regulation and states.
Yeah, I was just saying that, like, yeah, while Cali has that shit, meanwhile over in New York, nobody can have anything.
Unless you're
That's the
famous.
thing.
Unless you're famous. But that's the problem, because like when you say that a lot of Europeans have this misconception, that is not just Europeans, that is like people like across the world, and not even just across the world, that is literally like people in America. There's a lot of people in America nowadays that when the whole debate around guns gets reignited, people go out there like asking for background checks. And I'm like, bro, I'm not even American. And I know that literally in every fucking state in America, if you're getting like a new gun from like an FFL dealer, like from like a gun store or any other place that sells like brand new firearms, you have to go through a fucking background check. Like, everyone has to do this.
Except the only caveats to that are private sales.
Private sales, yeah.
And even at gun shows, you have to go through a background check. At least in my state, if you buy a gun at the gun show, before you go out those doors, you have to have a background check.
Yeah. But I mean, I need to add something like related to what specific, like what you said, Leffy. The thing is, and I'm gonna talk from like a personal point right here, because we've talked about this sort of thing. I know how big you are, like tall and wide. I know that you do like you work out a lot and etc. Like, for you saying that you would rather get punched than being shot, of course it's a fun thing. It's an okay thing because you can withstand a punch. But if you're talking about someone from your size, you know, trying to attack someone way smaller, like a woman, for example, or like an elderly person, right? During like a road rage incident, suddenly the forces are not equal. And if you don't have an equalizer there, if you don't have something, if you don't have an object that equalizes like the elder person or like the very small frame woman, right? To someone that is like 2 meters tall and like, I don't know, weights like 120 kilos. If you don't have an equalizer and that person gets punched right in the middle of their fucking face in a country that doesn't have gun rights because it's a road rage incident, and they know that they are bigger, they know that they are stronger, and they know that they have the advantage in that situation because the other side doesn't have any way to defend themselves, that person suddenly, like the small one, the elder one, they are in a huge issue, you know, because if they get punched or if the other person decides to attack them, like physically, like what are you supposed to do? And if they can escape, because sometimes the person can escape, you know? I understand the whole thing of being like, oh, like, I prefer to fight against someone like fist to fist or like in a knife fight, quote, than like in a gun fight. But a gun is a way better equalizer of forces than anything else. That's the thing. All right, sorry guys. Let's push this.
Make me feel uneasy. I'm used to
sometimes you can't drive off. That's the thing. You're stuck there, and you can break a window, leave, laugh.
No, I mean, well, there's no better weapon than a hunk of metal and plastic, like speeding at like 50 kilometers an hour and trying to run someone over, right? But I don't know, maybe for some reason, like both of the parts are already outside of the car, and if one of the parts is a very big person and the other one is not, suddenly one of the parts is in a huge disadvantage. And this is what happens in Brazil. In Brazil, we do have a lot of cases of road rage incidents in which especially elderly people and women get assaulted by guys, either using like some sort of melee weapon or using even their fists, because more often than not, they can't fight back. You know, they don't even think about like sometimes trying to resolve the situation in a peaceful way, because they know that they are bigger and stronger. They already start the situation being like hostile towards the other person. That's the issue. And in a place like America, if a tall guy tries to do that towards a woman or an elderly, the other side just pulls up a handgun and boom, situation neutralized. Like how many knowing American media like we do, like how often do you guys think they would notify cases of road rage incidents that turn out to be gunfights if this was like a common occurrence, if this was a common thing?
A gunfight coming out of a road rage? What initially was road rage?
Yeah, like if this was something common, like do you think they would lose any chance to profit when it comes to audience from those instances like they do with mass shootings? They would not think twice. They would milk those stories like like Bethesda milks Skyrim.
Again, it's the media and all that stuff. Things like this that happens, that's pretty much like ammunition for them to set an agenda as well. That's the reason why like you see a lot of sometimes those footages from earlier news press fucking to like the body cams from police activities, right? Of course, like they say that it's meant for educational purposes, whatnot, but that's not going to stop people from, you know, having an interpretation, comprehending those situations as that, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. That just became ammunition to people setting an agenda, especially those that have control or a good grasp on media.
Yeah, the thing that I'm saying is that at least when it comes to the whole like police body cam footage, you have those body cam footage to be used as proof, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to the road rage incidents, more often than not, you do not have footage. But like I'm saying, if it in America, if it was something so common that like a road rage would become a gunfight between like two parties from two different vehicles that crashed or something like this, the media would make sure to profit on top of that. And they don't. They don't have a lot of these opportunities to profit on top of that, which means that that doesn't happen as much as people claim, right? All right, let's thanks for stopping by, Leffy. Have a nice night. 5 a.m. He's your sleep schedule is still fucked, right? Lord, his sleep schedule is all over the place.
What the fuck is sleepy anyways?
Yeah, right. All right.
Being in the proximity of guns and allowed the gun. I don't know how you guys do it.
And if he tries to take our guns, he can take them from our cold, dead hands.
There has been a shooting at a synagogue.
Get off of my porch right now.
Gun control, all it's going to do is take the guns out of the people that obey the law.
3 people are killed in Jacksonville, Florida today after what appears...
All right. Again, choice of a footage. He's talking about gun ownership in America. Like all of the footage that he chooses is like very like
they get painted in a bad color.
Yeah, like the first, like the lady talking about like taking guns from the cold dead hands, that's like a very powerful and somewhat aggressive, you know, sentence that one could say. And then you have like a random footage of the guy like threatening someone with a firearm, and then again you have like footage from like gun shooting that killed like mass shooting racially motivated
Florida today after what appears to be a racially motivated hate crime.
Again, agenda setting.
And even this one, the guy literally brought back footage from Sandy Hook. Like, how many years ago was that?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, so the guy's saying that, oh, it only will impact. It will only impact like law-abiding citizens, but then he decides to grab like footage from like an interview from Sandy Hook. Like, oh, look how unreasonable this guy is, talking about this particular kind of thing in an interview about like a mass shooting in a school, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Take the guns out of the people that obey the law.
3 people are killed in Jacksonville, Florida today after what appears to be a racially motivated hate crime.
So after its independence, the US quickly learned that while a militia is great for defense, deterrence, and neutrality, it is not good for one thing: conquest. Beginning in the 19th century, the US expanded west very quickly. They fought other European colonists and Native Americans for their land. They would eventually fight each other in a civil war. These kinds of operations were too big for militias made up of everyday citizens. Instead, they needed to establish and fund a centralized, professional standing army. And this was just the beginning. By the time the 1900s rolled around, the US had grown into something that switched.
They should just give California back to Mexico.
Hey, look,
Philippines.
Louie,
Hey,
it's the
your country,
Philippines.
Louie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
not
was
gonna lie to you about this. I do want to. It's something worth noting. So, a little something about like gun culture in the Philippines. If you were to situate us like anywhere around like our gun culture, in reference to American and Swiss gun cultures, I'd say you probably situate us between the two. In all honesty. Sure, we do have a lot of copy-paste stuff from America and also in the gun culture though, but we're not as exaggerated on our liberties with gun culture like America and all that stuff. That's where you see like a little bit of like you know, gun culture with rules and stuff that you see in Switzerland. So like I kind of see ourselves kind of situated somewhere
Kind
in
of a
between
middle ground.
America and Switzerland, but yeah, kind of middle ground, but leaning a little bit more towards
Towards America.
Switzerland.
Really?
We don't see guns in a bad light and whatnot, though.
Oh,
But
yeah.
we don't get all fanatical and whatnot when we feel that like, oh, they're taking our guns away and whatnot. We don't make a whole song and dance about like gun owners here in the Philippines saying that the government's gonna take our guns away. We need to take our arms and defend our homes and ourselves and all that stuff. No,
But
no,
then
we're not
it
like
goes back to what we were talking like on the other stream. You were not here yet, Snake, but we were talking about like many weeks ago. We were talking about. I asked Louie about this, like the Filipinos. They don't have the distrust in the government that Americans do.
Yeah.
And that's the main, and that's okay. I'm not gonna say it's the main reason because I'm not a Filipino and I'm not an American. I'm just like an outsider looking at the situation with my eyes and my sorts of like experiences. But it kind of feels that the reason why you guys are not worried that your government will act this way to remove your rights, it's because your government, maybe they have done something in the past that would generate some sort of distrust from you guys, but it wasn't, you guys don't have the same sort of distrust that the Americans do. The Americans act the way they do because of the inherent distrust towards the government. And it's like, oh, if the it's like that whole thing. If the government tells you to not read a book, that's the book that you should read because there's something there that they are trying to hide from you.
And also along with that, like despite there being lots and lots of corruption in the Philippine government, there's a hell of a fucking lot.
Mr.
Our distrust,
Mr. Marcos?
yes, Imelda Marcos, Ferdinand Marcos, 1972, martial law and whatnot. Yeah, even though despite there are like countless numbers of corrupted elements present in the Philippines and also present today in our government, our distrust of the government is at least not centered around firearms, at least because we didn't really have much problems arising with firearm violence compared to the U.S. So yes, we do have distrust of our government though, but it is not concentrated on that kind of regards like you have in the U.S.
Do you know
So I can say to that extent.
how many millions of people live in the Philippines? Philippines
probably not
number of inhabitants. Holy Jesus, you guys! Holy fuck, you guys like to fuck. Jesus, that's a small place for like almost 114 million people.
Just do keep in mind you, we are an archipelago nation, if you know what that means.
No, but even that, like the
Also, there's a strong Catholic influence in there as well.
Christian influence, yes.
What are you implying with that, Mr. Snake, huh?
No, but like
I mean, like 3,000 plus islands, all of them inhabited, and some of the smaller islands don't even have a name to them. You'd imagine there'd be some fucking in it on each and every single one of them.
Yeah, I would say that maybe it like the thing with the violence, it's because you guys have a smaller population, which is definitely not the case, as we just find out. But I think it again goes back to what we said in that other stream. Like, remember when I asked you like about the whole not the idea, but like how the Filipinos would view their justice system and how effective was the punishment for criminals. That also helps a lot, because if you have countries that are more less effective to punish criminals, and like with the justice system like not being as effective and whatnot, that really encourages people to commit crimes. And
Change your ways, yeah, because our criminal justice system or even prison systems, they make it in such a way that you never want to get back in there again.
I mean, and I'm not gonna lie, I think America, it's a interesting case, because I know that a lot of places are very how should I say, very strict with their punishments. A lot of states and etc. are very strict with their punishments, and I think that only recently like some states started to become like very permissive, like, well, California, for example. Everyone knows about the California bullshit that have been going through there when it comes to like crime punishments, or well, the lack of crime punishments. But then still, America still has like a lot of violence and etc., which we got to take into consideration other factors when it comes to analyzing why a particular society is more or less violent than other ones, because everything in the culture plays a role in, well, the society being more or less violent than another one. But that's a whole new thing, like a whole new discussion. It's very lengthy.
Oh yeah. That's just another rabbit hole there.
It's fun. I like talking about these things. All right, but let's keep going with his particular part. And I'm just gonna say, I stopped like the video in the Philippines totally randomly. It wasn't like on purpose. I
rather smoothly then. I'm glad it played that way then.
Yeah, it was totally on accident.
And probably never will be. An expansionist empire, using its sprawling permanent military to wield influence around the globe. By the middle of the century, it would become the largest and most powerful military to have ever existed.
My freedoms.
Because the U.S. had a huge standing army.
Oh,
wait, what? Bradley's? Yeah, Bradley's.
Yeah, Bradley's and the Dylan Arrow.
Hey yo, isn't this like back image from Battlefield? I was gonna say Call of Duty, but no, it's not from Battlefield. It looks something like AI generated. I don't.
It did away with a lot of the original laws requiring people to join the militia. And now, without a duty to form a militia to protect the country from invasion and insurrection like the Constitution said, they were left with just the second half of this amendment. the right to bear arms and how it should not be infringed. Guns started to become more of a personal tool, a tool to pursue their American dream, to hunt, to protect their family, to exterminate.
Individual
It's
rights.
more like the
yeah.
Rambo style. It's not like
individualistic culture.
I'm going shooting at the target. You don't go shooting somewhere in the woods or in the forest. Just you don't.
Okay. A lot of things.
That goes back to what I was saying earlier. Target practice is target practice. If you shoot in the woods, you're still target practicing.
Yeah, but you realize that he says that Americans don't go to the woods to shoot.
No, he's saying Americans go to the woods to shoot.
Yeah, goes shoot. He's basically implying that, you know, because of individualistic culture or individualistic gun culture and all that stuff, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. He's implying that, like, Americans and their gun culture just go around shooting, and also like go out to the woods and shoot. And as Sneku added, that, you know, target practice is target practice. That also implies that, you know, we go around and shoot where it's deemed necessary to do shooting, you know.
Okay, like my personal beef as a non-American with this particular part of the video is that he pretty much says that the second part of the sentence only exists because of the first. He pretty much says that the second part of the sentence only exists because of the first. And while in the case of Switzerland, the duty remains above the right, in America, people got rid of the duty altogether, and they remain with the right part. But he talks in a way as if the right in the sentence itself was conditioned to the duty, which I mean, this is a discussion that it's very common nowadays. Like if you follow like people that are like into gun culture in America and whatnot, this is like a very common discussion about like the semantics of the Second Amendment. And at least something that you see a lot of people talking about, and something that I actually, based on, well, the semantics of it, if you read it, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, it's a thing by itself. It is what allows people to actually build a militia, and in order to a militia exist, it needs these citizens that have firearms. But the existence of the citizens having firearms, having the right to have firearms, it exists first, and then comes the militia, not the opposite. The right doesn't exist because there is a need for a militia. The right exists first, and because people are able to own firearms, to keep and bear the firearms, they are able to form up a militia and, well, provide the security of a free state like they are talking about.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wait a minute. Fuck. I switch. Okay, so like, am I clear in this one? Like, are you guys on pair with that? Like, that's the thing, because I'm, again, not American, but I'm following the semantics, and based on like opinions from other people that, well, also analyze the whole semantics and the whole history and etc. It's up to you. You guys don't need to agree with me on that one.
That the right is above the duty, or the duty is above the right?
No, it's not even that it's above. It's that one thing
No,
comes first, then the other.
That comes first. Yeah, like for an example, Switzerland, duty comes first, and it's right second. While in America, it's the other way around. It's the
Yeah.
right first, and then duty. That's what he's trying to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I
bring
get
about.
that.
The
Yeah.
reason why
So
exists a militia is because people have a right to have weapons, and because of this, they can assemble a militia. They could right back then and protect themselves against inside and foreign threats. It's not the opposite. It's not the necessity of the militia that grants people the right to have weapons.
yeah, but when it's not always like necessarily like the rights is the drive for the people to like defend, defend defend a country and whatnot. That can also mean like a duty collectively. That could also be a drive for an ends to secure rights. You can also you can orientate it in that way.
What do you mean
So
by
again,
that?
like, okay, so like the way like how I see it, having a free securing a free state like under duty, right? Having a free state means that we can secure rights as well, right? That's where you can like orientate it in that kind of way. Securing a free state means that we've also secured rights.
Yeah, but how do you secure a free state? You would need people armed. And if people doesn't have the right to have weapons in the first place, you want to be able to assemble anything, any like resistance force. That's the thing.
People can still assemble. People can still assemble with without those rights. It's been done many times in history before. Some people sometimes gathered up without the rights accessing the tools in
No,
order
yeah.
to
What I
yeah,
meant to say,
so
what I meant to say is that when they wrote this stuff like this, based on the choice of words and the order and etc., they wanted to make sure that the population had a not just a, because this a lot of people, and I'm a believer in that, they claim that a human being, just like any other sort of animal, they have the right to self-defense, right? In order to exercise the right to self-defense, which is like a natural right. It's not something that is written on a paper with like a government stamp. It's a natural thing that any creature out there has. Like animals use like different tactics and different features and different tools for that, but humans don't have that. So we had to build our own tools, from like bows and arrows to spears to firearms. And that the way they built this thing was that they wanted to make sure that this natural right of self-defense, of like searching the tools necessary to defend themselves and defend the ones that are closer to them, it would be something, like rectified, written on paper. And that they would give that to people just to make sure that no ruler could come around and suddenly say, like, no king or no president or no leader could come around and say, well, you guys can't have that, like the British did. Because when they started disobeying the British, one of the first things that the British did wasn't like to try and disarm everyone.
Yeah. At the Battle of Lexington, if I remember.
Yeah, so the way that I've seen a lot of people talking about is that they wanted to make sure that this natural right was written on paper, and that this would provide people like the necessary tools to maintain this free state through a militia. So the right would come before the militia. It's not even right and duty. It's like the right of the people and the militia. Because the way the guy portrays it, he portrays the opposite. He portrays that the right only exists because there is a necessity for a militia to protect, going back to what he said prior, the government.
Yeah, the people have a right and a duty, have their right duty to protect ourselves from the government or to protect our free state of some sort.
Because otherwise, without something like this, it could come to the situation in some countries out there in which they have in their constitution a part that says that you have a right to self-defense. Okay, I have a right to defend myself, for example, or my property or my family or whatever. But then like a politician has the power to come and say, oh, okay, but you can't use this object, or you can't use that other object, or you can't use that other object that I don't like. And then suddenly the potential that you have to defend yourself and as consequence the things you find important, and again as consequences like things to like bigger levels like your local community, your far community, your city, your county, your state, your fucking country as a whole, they get diminished because suddenly someone said that you could or couldn't use this or that.
Yeah. Because I know in some countries you have to use, you can only defend yourself, quote unquote, equal to the force that is being used against you, which I find pretty silly.
Wait, you can only defend yourself doing what, Snake? Sorry.
Equal to what is being used against you. So, like in Germany, I know, for example, if someone comes at you with a knife, you can only use like another knife to defend yourself. You can't use a gun.
Which is stupid because you're creating a scenario in which you're creating like a false equivalence of forces.
Mm-hmm.
Because if it's what I was talking to Leffy earlier, like if someone threatens you with their fists, and you're like a 165 guy that weighs like 60 kilos, and the other guy it's like a 2 meters tall, like weighing 120, even though technically there is an equivalence of forces there because you and the other guy are unarmed, he has way more force than you have. So it's not an equal fight. And it doesn't need to be equal. That's the thing. Because if you're not attacking someone, if you're defending yourself, you don't need to abide to these, you shouldn't need to abide to these sorts of rules in which, oh, you need to be in equality with your aggressor. No, you need to be able to defend yourself. It doesn't matter if whatever the fuck you use.
Yeah, that's just basically pure instincts there. Whether it being regarding rights or duty and all that stuff, it doesn't matter. That's just pure instincts at that moment. Instincts to survive. That's a natural. That's a natural behavior of humans or any kind of creature to survive. So yeah, right and duty does not apply to that.
Yeah, but this is like the I think that the duty part, it's like it's on a whole new level of, it's like when you talk about duty, you're talking about like your entire country, right? You're not talking about your local community, you're not talking about your family, you're talking about this like very extrapolated structure that requires some defense, and that back then required a militia, but the right would be something way more basic, way more like natural. And the guy, when he says like this, when he says that the issue with America is because they got rid of the duty part and there's only the right part, he creates a problem because he says that the right is subservient to the duty, which is not. Otherwise, it's like, oh, you can only use self-defense if it's to, I don't know, to protect a fucking bureaucrat, to protect a member of the government. Like, you can use self-defense to protect them, like if they are being attacked by someone else and like you happen to pass by, but you can use self-defense to defend your own life.
Yeah, that's pretty much catering to that of individualistic culture, in which you prolifically see that in American gun culture. So yeah, I do agree with what you're saying, that the right to bear arm about saying that right should come first before the duty in regards to American culture, and also to add that that also correlates with individualistic culture. That you prolifically see in American gun culture.
Yeah, it's of course that is something that would be more common in societies that are leaning a little bit more towards like individualism than something that is very collectivist.
The two types of culture there. Maybe it's relevant to American culture's context compared to that in Switzerland and whatnot, as to why the orientation of right comes first before duty, or duty comes first before right, and all that stuff. I believe that would probably be chalking down to what is the prominent type of culture that's followed in the context of these territories.
Definitely.
That would make sense. Yeah.
It's influenced by the culture. It's definitely influenced by the culture. My issue with that, it's because these things, like these two different, like very different interpretations of this order of priorities, they come from two very different societies, and none of them are actually wrong. But my issue is that he interprets the American side in a way that is not correct.
Yeah.
Especially not just according to the fucking culture of the country, but even according to the text itself. The text itself, it's pretty clear. Like people even joke about how the U.S. Constitution was written as like a fucking 8-year-old would be able to like read it and understand what's there. It's a very simple writing, even though like some parts might be in like in older English, but it's very simple. So when the guy brings like that sort of interpretation of the whole thing, it goes back to what I said. This is not something that he does as a coincidence. He's not misinterpreting the thing because he has like a wrong misinterpretation interpretation. He's doing that because he wants to, convey a certain view. Okay, should we move on?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
And now, without a duty to form a militia to protect the country from invasion and insurrection like the Constitution said, they were left with just the second half of this amendment, the right to bear arms, and how it should not be infringed. Guns started to become more of a personal tool, a tool to pursue their American dream, to hunt, to protect their family, to exterminate.
It's more like the Rambo style. It's not like I'm going shooting at the target. You don't go shooting somewhere in the woods or in the forest. Just don't do that. You go to a shooting range and you get part of the community, and then your goal is not just to shoot wherever there is. So your goal is to get better. And your goal is not just to shoot around.
Guns continue.
He's speaking that of his own bias from his culture in Switzerland, because in Switzerland everyone goes to a range to shoot because that's supported by the government, and the government makes sure that each of these communities and places has a place for the community to get together to facilitate these shootings. That's what Swiss people are used to. While most like in American cultures, there's some people that doesn't always have access to range and all that stuff, and they have to improvise and find other places of their own that's deemed necessary and safe. Again, the whole entire 9 yards of safety that they can find as like a quote unquote improvised place for shooting safely, in which that's where he's saying that Americans are going around just shooting. So that's a little bit of a bias on the Swiss dudes and their.
And it comes a little back to, and I'm not gonna go on like very much this. It just goes back to what I talked like very in the beginning, when it comes to like the sort of arrogant behavior of saying that, oh, we are better because we focus on accuracy and we go to these very organized places, and these people that don't do this and they just shoot in their backyard, they are like, let's say, inferior to us. It's the same sort of feeling that you hear from people that go hunting in Europe, that mostly use like, oh, like I'm a shooter. Oh yeah, the guy has like a double barrel shotgun and he uses to either shoot ducks or like pheasants or like those like those clay targets, right? The guy, it has like, it comes as some sense of superiority, right?
A little bit of arrogance, like we're all target shooters, while in the U.S. they're all just shooting trash and being redneck.
Yeah, like it kind of. I'm not an American, and this is the sort of thing that bothers me, because I know it's not true.
Stereotypes and whatnot. So yeah, of course. This is some stuff that comes out of different cultures and whatnot. One side is always going to have like what the fuck to say with the other cultures. It's primarily because it's a culture shock. That's basically what is driving people to like, well, you see the man. If you go back a few, see how he was orientating and like how he's sounding a little bit almost like defensive, and like when he's raising his tone, saying that he's kind of baffled that, you know, this is what Americans do when it comes to the culture of shooting and whatnot, because, you know, stuff that Americans do in gun culture that's considered to be a culture shock to him, and of course he might, you know, that's going to stir something up within him because it's such a different thing from what he's used to, or just the majority of what Swiss people are used to when it comes to the culture of shooting. It literally is that of a culture shock. And it would be like probably the same thing to people in America when they first see this kind of culture in Switzerland.
But that's the sort of behavior that is not. This is the sort of. I was gonna say like a banter between like nations, but it's not just a banter, because banter between nations, it's like a usual thing, right? A lot of countries love to poke shit on each other, but you even see this sort of behavior inside America. Well, there's a reason why there's the whole like the FUD meme, right? Of the guy who's like, oh, you don't need an AR-15 to hunt. Like if you can't like hit your target with like, I don't know, 7 rounds from a 1911, you should go back to the range. Like, it's the sort of superiority complex that exists even inside America, of these people that are like, oh, because I only use my gun, like my double barrel shotgun, to go out there and shoot at birds to hunt. I am like a responsible gun owner, and this guy right there that has like an AR-15 with an extended mag, it's like a savage that needs to have its gun rights revoked.
Yeah.
So it's like sometimes it's not even banter between, it's just arrogant behavior from humans, and I don't really like that.
I'd say I usually just talk it down to. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'll let you finish.
I probably just chalk that down to basically pride. That literally is something. When you practice so much, like you can say that the hunter, he's very good at taking precise shots in his way of shooting versus the dude with the AR-15. Well, from his bias that he says they're probably what the I kind of forgot though, but like you can say on behalf of the dude with the AR-15s, like, oh, okay, fine. You know what? Just as much as the hunter can be able to take precision shots in hunting, you know what? The AR-15 guys have like controlled pairs. You know, so that's something that they can boast and be prideful about. Both sides can be prideful about it, and they'd say what the fuck to the other side.
Again,
and whatnot.
it's
so I
two
think
different
that's struck down with
things.
pride.
Yeah, it's two different things, and then like one side think it's better than the other.
Yeah,
but
it's
it's kind of funny because the guy, like the guy with the assault rifle behind the couch, he was like, "Oh, American gun culture is bonkers." Meanwhile, like a lot of American gun owners actually keep their guns inside safes, and the guy has literally a SIG assault rifle behind his couch, like.
Yeah, like I said earlier, it's the same side. It's the different sides of the same coin.
Yeah. It's just different, like cultural differences that shouldn't be taken as, oh, this is better or this is worse. Yet people love to keep pointing fingers and saying, oh, these people are superior or we are superior than these people. It's just
at that point is just it's just pretty much a child's play of superiority that is driven by bias.
Yes,
and that's coming from both sides. Both sides are guilty of that.
Yeah, and also like used kind of being weaponized by, well, other sides that have their own interests in this whole thing, you know?
Okay, you know what I think would settle that, something like that? Competition.
Exactly.
Okay, so if you say that your way of shooting is better than mine, how about we settle it in a shooting competition? There you go. That will settle it, and then that means they're, for pretty much competition is a good way to settle these things, unless if it's just for banter and haha he he's and whatnot. But like if they're actually being serious about that and saying like, oh, my way of shooting is much better than yours and all that stuff, and like it comes into this confrontation, all that stuff, I'd say the best way to settle that is competition.
Yeah.
So yeah, that will settle it. I'm pretty sure that would be the way to go about it. Right, Sneku?
Yep.
Friendly competition.
Friendly competition. Of course, good sportsmanship and whatnot, and just literally put your money where your mouth is.
Oh yeah, definitely. All right, should we keep going?
Yeah.
Go. Let's do it.
Continued to take on a more personal symbol in the 60s and 70s when.
Okay. This is an interesting part.
Your goal is to get better. Yeah. And your goal is not just to shoot around.
Guns continued to take on a more personal symbol in the 60s and 70s when more and more Americans were losing trust in their government. This was also right at the time when crime was skyrocketing in America.
I'm sorry, but would you actually blame people for losing trust in their government?
No.
That's the thing. I thought, oh my god, this drives me insane every time that I see people that are like completely believers in their government. It doesn't matter where it is. It doesn't matter if it's in North America, South America, Central Africa, Asia, Europe, doesn't matter. Every time I see someone that is like a fully believer in their government, I'm like, bro, you're just retarded. I'm sorry. Like, if you complain about the guy that are the conspiracy theorists, but then you're like, oh no, these huge companies, these huge institutions, these huge governments, they would never do anything like to hurt me, to like take advantage of me as a citizen. I'm like, I'm sorry, bro, but you're way too naive. And the problem is that some people they talk about like government distrust as an issue, as something bad, and I'm like, bro, it's not. It's the opposite. You shouldn't trust them. Like they never did anything for. Okay, so that's another talk, for another day.
Yeah, kind of digressing a little bit there, dude.
All right, let's go. So, like, trust in government went down, violent crime went up, as expected.
Without this duty for collective defense, guns became more and more a symbol of personal defense from all.
Oh my God, your favorite weapon, Louie.
For collective defense, guns became more and
Your
more a
favorite
symbol
weapon?
of personal defense.
The auto mag.
Hey, I watch Matt.
The auto mag 44.
Pretty sure that's a 22.
Wait,
That was like
no,
automatic to me.
look. What do you mean?
No,
Look
yeah,
at the
that's
size of
auto mag,
that
my
thing.
bad.
Auto
Yeah, that's
mag.
my
I
bad.
think I feel like I'm being gaslighted here.
If that's a 22, I'm gonna change my name, bro. That is a fake 22, bro. With
Yeah,
4
it's
C's.
definitely auto mag. They're let me see. Auto 22 semi-auto. What?
That is not
Oh
a
wait, no,
good
that's not
choice
bad.
for.
That's the same one.
That is not a good choice for a defense defense weapon. A 44 auto mag. In games, yes. In real life, not as much.
Not even. Not even.
Alright.
Baby auto mag. AMT baby auto mag in 22 long rifle.
Oh, why?
It looks. You know what? They're kind of. They just look very, very similar and whatnot, and we don't got a good look on the chamber as well. 'Cause
We
the
gotta
chamber's
see
on
the magazine.
Nah,
yeah,
bro.
and the magazine.
Bro, take a look at the size of that, the hand of that guy. That is not a 22.
I know.
Without this duty for collective defense, guns became more and more a symbol of.
Like, take a look at how big that magazine is. That is not a 22.
But that's not the same one.
Personal
it is,
defense.
Is it?
It looks the same.
From all of this crime, personal liberty.
Oh my God, yes.
More and
Tommy
more
gun.
a symbol of personal defense from all of this crime, personal liberty, and a symbol of this growing anti-government sentiment. And as a result, the number of guns in America soared.
Hell yeah, baby. Over 400 million. Come on, Americans.
Rookie numbers, gotta get those numbers up.
Yeah.
Rookie numbers.
Those are rookie numbers. You gotta step up those numbers.
Gotta get more guns.
Yeah.
The NRA, which remember after the
Hey, fuck you.
I like to say this. Fuck the NRA.
That's the thing. I fucking love how like anti-gun people love to like refer to the NRA as like the. Oh my God, that scared the shit out of me. Oh, it's D'Angelo. Hi, D'Angelo.
Hey, D'Angelo.
Yeah, fuck the NRA. The NRA sold us out and is playing the long con. They've proven that. Fuck the NRA.
Bro, they like anti-gun people. They love to talk about the NRA as if they were like the ultimate boss of like gun lobby, and as if like the NRA is like the most willing to defend gun rights in America, while like they've been doing like a lot of bullshit in the last couple of years, and I would say decades, right?
Yep. Backstabbed us. Fuck the NRA.
And like the majority of like gun enthusiasts in America, they absolutely hate the fucking NRA. Yet like anti-gun people still use the NRA as like this last boss of like gun control lobby. It's funny. That's like I don't know why they keep using that. I don't know if it's because like it's the most famous one and it's like it's an easy.
That is literally because it's the biggest name.
So it's like a low hanging fruit.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the biggest one, but most people, most gun owners, most gun enthusiasts my age, don't like the NRA. The NRA is primarily propped up by like boomers and older people, Gen Z. Yeah.
Wait. Danjo say that he's returning from doing things. I hope you were not committing federal crimes, Danjo.
No, he just flown out to Seattle doing things.
Oh, what about like firearm policy
National-
coalition?
Yeah, that's like the
FBC,
GOA,
right?
Gun Owners of America, and NSSF. It's a coalition of a bunch of gun lobby groups that can work against the NRA.
Yeah, it's fun. I like seeing that.
Civil War started
Now
as a
just
largely
I'm an
non-political group that was
NSSF or GOA person.
Yeah.
Well, I hope the gun owners of America are not as annoying as the homeowners of America, because those guys are a bunch of crooks. Remember to use your pineapple grenades.
meant to just help Americans be more responsible and better marksmen. They got taken over in the 70s by a group of hardliners who wanted to change the agenda of the NRA, turning it into a political lobbying group that was set on reshaping the way Americans thought about the Second Amendment and making sure that no legislation ever made it through that curtailed gun rights. They began pushing an interpretation of the Second Amendment that was about individual protection, a right to bear arms so that you can protect yourself.
Like, this is not pushing it, it's literally on the law. That's the thing that we were talking about. And it's funny that he says that, because
he says it like it's a bad thing.
No, and he talks about, they were supposed to make sure that no gun controls law would pass. I mean, bro, you literally had a bunch of gun control laws passed like since that first thing. I think it was in 1934, right? Like the automatic firearm thing.
The National Firearms Act, which made it so you had to register every machine gun.
Yeah,
and any shotgun barrel that's less than 18 inches, any rifle barrel that's less than 16 inches.
Yeah, like you literally have like dozens, if not hundreds, of gun control laws passed both on federal and like state levels in America. And the guy is talking again about the NRA as if they were like the last boss that would be this impenetrable wall that would prevent any sort of gun control law to be approved in America from its creation to nowadays. And like this is channeling people's thought process into something, not like someone coming and saying, hey yo bro, like your right as an individual comes before the militia thing, not after. My best friend bought a shiny new USB tactical in 45 against his better judgment. Well, he might never recover financially from that dunjo, but you know, at least he's a happy man.
Yeah.
You know, who wouldn't be happy firing a H&K pistol?
I've shot multiple. They're pretty okay.
I still prefer H&K rifles and submachines. Not a very fan of their pistols. Tarkov made me hate the USB.
They're pretty okay.
He's trying to get a suppressor now. Oh boy, you could do.
Oh,
He's
no.
gonna get that. That proprietary undermounted laser.
Yep, he's going.
He's going solid snake.
I mean, he has a USP now. He might as well just go for it.
Yeah, go for it. You already spent like enough for a kidney in the black market in that thing, so
all he needs now is a sneak suit.
Yep, the drapes have to match the house, so the house has to match the drapes.
De-emphasize the connection to a well-regulated militia as the purpose for this right to bear arms.
In the face of this relentless onslaught
again,
of gun...
he says the same thing. Oh, the right exists because of the militia, Nabra.
Control schemes, you're the reason the Second Amendment still stands. You're the tip of the spear.
You're the ones that make it possible for us every day to defend this freedom.
And it totally worked. The Second Amendment became more and more a guarantee that everyone can have guns to protect themselves and their family, having nothing.
Everyone. He's totally forgetting about, you know, the felons, like the sexual offenders and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
Because it's easier. Yeah.
To do with protecting the country. After all, we had the biggest military in the world. We didn't need a militia anymore.
Don't let Hillary leave you protected with nothing but a phone. The NRA Political Victory Fund is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Okay, granted. Was that advertisement wrong?
No.
Nope.
See? If it's realistic, it's realistic. It doesn't matter who paid for the ad.
Interpretation of guns and the Second Amendment would become solidified in a 5-4 vote in the Supreme Court in 2008, when the court ruled that the Second Amendment guaranteed people to have guns, even when those guns have no relationship to an armed militia. So this is why the United States has more guns than any country on earth, because the courts have ruled that guns are an individual right.
Oh, sorry, what you say, Snake?
I was saying it's good. We have more guns than any other country in the world.
No,
and
and
the numbers bumped up.
And again, let's take a very close look at his expression, at the tone of his voice, and how he chooses his words.
Relationship to an armed militia.
In a bad color.
So this is why the United States has more guns than any country on earth, because the courts have ruled that guns are an individual right, a right to bear arms. Every year, 20,000 murders occur with a gun. Thousands of children and teens are killed with a gun. Hundreds of deaths are caused by gun accidents.
Unintentional gun deaths, we could call that an accident, right?
Yeah.
486. And he says that's the source is from the CDC from a 2019 research. Just a quick look from 2019 when it comes to car accidents and victims from car accidents throughout all ages. I'm pretty sure you're gonna find at least over 25 to 30,000 deaths.
Yeah.
Throughout all ages. Even if you go back to only children or only teens, through these particular group ages, and you compared things people that died in either being poisoned or through electricity or falling from a high place, children, right? Or even drowning, you will find numbers that are way bigger than these gun numbers that he puts. But of course, he's not going to use these numbers because it doesn't corroborate to his narrative.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hundreds of mass shootings.
For fuck's sake, get the fuck out of here. Hundreds of mass shootings, my fucking ass. Okay, so I was doing this particular research, and the FBI definition for a mass shooting I don't think it does say anything related to organized crime or quote terrorist attacks, right?
It doesn't. The FBI definition is a shooting with three or more casualties, whether they're alive or dead.
Yes. And then you have a bunch of groups in America that compile these numbers, these reports for situations that would get inside this number of victims to become a mass shooting. And these organizations, they choose different methods, right? The ones that actually take into consideration police occurrences, police calls, or activities that were related to organized crime, like bank robberies or gang shootouts or, any sort of situation like this. Every time that you look for the numbers from these particular institutions that take into consideration these things, remember that now he is bringing OVA. I don't know what is that institution, but it's a data from 2022. You're gonna find numbers in the dozens, not even in the hundreds. And again, I'm gonna go back to what I was talking about, the road rage incident a little bit earlier. Mass shootings are widely
overrepresented.
No, they are widely portrayed in media. Whatever one of these things happen, they are portrayed throughout the entire state. Doesn't matter in which, throughout the entire country. Doesn't matter in which state they happen, and they are even portrayed outside of the US. If in 2022 there would be 647 mass shootings with the definition of innocent people being killed by a shooter, these things, you would have these things literally like 2, 3 at the same time in the same day being reported by media. It would be a non-stop. Why that doesn't happen? Because the majority of the numbers that shows like, oh, 100, 200, 300, 400, 600, like the ones the guy is saying here, they include criminal activities. And criminal activities are not going to be reported because it's not enough media. You're not talking about like innocent people that got killed inside a school or a church or like a mall. You're talking about, I don't know, like two gangs that fought for like drug points, and like 4 guys got killed, or like an attempt at a bank robbery or something. I know that these are not that common in America nowadays, but it could happen. It could happen, right?
Yep.
And then he uses data like this. He uses data like this, and this is objectively wrong. He's objectively choosing the data to portray to people that these things exist because there is gun rights for like common people in America. And this is the point where I was like, bro went like full anti-gun and went full retard on this one. I'm sorry. Anything to add?
No.
Nope.
You guys are letting me talk too much. I'm running out of saliva.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah, can't really add much at this time right now, because you pretty much say everything that we would say.
Yeah, but you pretty much just an echo chamber if we added anything.
Yeah. Maybe let's just let's keep pressing on, see what else there is to add on to this.
All right.
Leading cause of gun violence, suicides, tens of thousands of lives taken with guns. But we can't seem to do much about it, because as long as guns remain an individual right, now deeply woven into American identity, any effort to try to pass reasonable laws to try
reasonable
laws.
Yeah, reasonable. It's always reasonable. So you start taking a little bit here, you start taking a little bit there.
Have you ever seen that gun control cake meme?
No, I haven't. I don't think I've done.
Yeah, I'll bring it up real quick.
All right, let's keep watching this while.
It's a great analogy for what you were doing, but one that's not tiny, made for ants, preferably. Oh, this won't work. You just gotta zoom in on it, I guess.
Not made by ants? What do you mean by that?
Meaning it's small.
Oh.
Yeah. I'll see if I can find a big one, but if you want to bring that up on screen.
Holy shit.
It's perfect analogy.
Let me actually add this thing right here. Is it going to, let me save.
What the dog's doing?
What the dog doing?
See, as you can see, the more you fuck around,
the more you find
the
out.
more you're gonna find out.
Illustrate guide to gun control. We're gonna scroll through this because this thing is a long boy.
Yeah.
Almost looks like those things that you love to put on top of those plushies that you like to put on top of your guns that I never seem to remember the name. Question: will you continue a reasonable discussion towards an end that might lead somewhere, or is this an exercise in futility? Answer: since what you consider to be reasonable isn't even in the same plane of reality with what I consider reasonable, probably not. Allow me to explain. Oh, I think I've seen this one before, but it's been like forever ago. Let's say I have this cake. It's a very nice cake with gun rights written across the top in lovely floral icing. Along you come and say, give me that cake. I say, no, it's my cake. Let's compromise. Give me half. I respond by asking what I get out of this compromise, and you reply that I get to keep half of my cake. Which means that you're literally not gaining anything from it. You're just losing it.
Yeah.
Okay, we compromise. Let us call this the compromise. I love this one. The National Firearm Acts of 1934, which took the people the right to buy Colt monitors in gun stores.
Yeah.
And Tommy guns.
Well, no, you could still buy them, but you had to register them and pay a $200 tax stamp. But $200 back then was like $1,200. Is like $1,200 today.
Yeah.
But
There I am with half of the cake, and you walk back up and say, give me that cake. I say, no, it's my cake. So let's compromise. What do I get out of this compromise? Why? I get to keep half of what's left of the cake I already own. So you got like 1/4.
Yeah.
So we have your compromise. Let's call this one the Gun Control Act of 1968. And I'm left holding what is now just 1/4 of my cake. I spoiled the meme. God damn it. Why I'm like this? And I'm sitting in the corner with my 1/4 piece of cake, and here you come again. You want my cake again. This time you take several bites. We call this the compromise, the Clinton executive orders. And I'm left with about 1/10 of what has always been my damn cake. You got 9/10 of it. Then we compromise with the Lautenberg Act, nibble nibble. The Hud-Smith and Wesson Agreement, nibble nibble. The Brady Law. No. Wait, at least one of you guys could add the fucking sounds. Like I have to narrate and do the foley for this. Come on. Oh, Jesus Christ. The School Safety and Law Enforcement Improvement Act.
Sweet tap dancing for my finger.
I'm left holding crumbs of what was once a large and satisfying cake, and you're standing there with most of my cake making anime. Why anime eyes? That's, bro, don't associate anime with this. Come on.
Why won't you compromise? Why are you so mean, puppy face? Don't you care about the children? Oh.
Okay, don't you care about the children? How many children need to be killed? These guys are fucking nasty. And whining about being reasonable and wondering why we won't compromised. Yeah.
But yeah.
That's the thing. Like when you say like compromised, it implies that both of the parts will, give
Work
up on
out
something.
In everyone's favor. Everyone gets a little bit.
Yeah. Both of the parts will like give up on something in order to gain something. But in this whole scenario, the only people that are compromised, like since the beginning, is gun owners. Because time and time again, you have more restrictions, you have more fees, you have more taxes, you have like more bureaucracy, and like what's
Less
people
of your gun.
And less of your gun. Yeah. It's just like it's stupid. And again, you see that the guy comes with the whole argument of reasonable. Again, because who wouldn't like to back up something that is reasonable? Who in their goddamn minds would be against something that is reasonable? So he uses that fucking argument. Exactly. Average gun owner in America when Joe Biden tries to instate no average gun owner in America when Gavin Newsom proposed the 28th Amendment. Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, that fucking clown.
Try to limit these countless deaths that we have in
more like Gavin New scum.
Yeah.
our country will continue to fail, especially as the NRA continues to politicize guns, to use them to divide America.
That's the thing. Like, take a look at what he says. He's claiming that right-wing people, gun enthusiasts, are the one that are politicizing and using guns to divide people, when it's the opposite. You know, who are the ones that are not allowed to go inside places? You know, it's gun people when they are carrying guns and like come across a huge sign that says that you can walk inside a particular company or a particular building like carrying a firearm. Like, these people are the ones that are actually like creating this division. It's not gun people. And that's not just in America, that's in other countries as well. But like the focus of today, it's America.
Especially as the NRA continues to politicize guns, to use them to divide America, to scare America, and to make us feel like we need guns to be safe.
The facts are on our side. Guns save lives.
And you'll never stop us from defending our families.
My last visit was an important one, to this gun shop, where the owner is Swiss, but is a card-carrying member of the NRA, and a big fan of American gun culture. I had to get his take on this.
It's a Swiss FUD.
Swiss, yeah. He's quite a character.
What makes
Yeah, but he's a member of the NRA, so you know.
Any question?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need to say any more.
I like his collection,
What
though,
do
not
you
gonna
feel
lie.
when you look at American gun culture?
Rob Swiss guns. Oh, he's got an AK. There we go. 760 by 39.
It's very, very interesting. From the gun
It's got a
system,
nice collection.
from the
I
gun
like
laws,
it.
I would like to live in the States, but not with all the dumb asses around. I don't know why there are so many deaths, accidents with firearms.
Yeah.
And here, nothing.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Why are the
Well, maybe if instead of extinguishing gun clubs in schools and trying to teach kids that guns were this diabolical thing that just looking at it, the gun will fire towards like all sides and kill your entire family and friends, you would actually teach them how to use these things responsible and properly, you would have less accidents. And even if you're talking about this, we just saw that you had like an amount of accidents that were like maybe 10%, if not like 5% of the amount of deaths that would come from cars.
Yeah. The U.S. citizens so.
But again, something else that is, I think it's needed to say is that like, how many people live in America nowadays? Over 300 million people. How many people live in Switzerland nowadays? Switzerland population 8 million. That's not even 9 million people. Of course, you're gonna have like rough numbers that are bigger. Of course, you have like what? I don't know. I'm not very good at math.
Yeah, you have the population of one state in the U.S.
Yeah, in a small state, like I don't know, like what, Maine. No, I'm just kidding. I know that Maine is a very small one.
Yeah. I mean, meanwhile, in the Philippines, we do got bigger numbers like that though, but our tallied numbers regarding those deaths are nowhere close to America.
So Switzerland
but
has
that can
the
also
same. Switzerland has about the same population as Virginia. Switzerland's population is smaller than New Jersey, Michigan, North Carolina, Georgia, Ohio, Illinois, Pennsylvania, New York, Florida, Texas, and California.
But that's the thing, Louie. Even considering like the rates from the Philippines, and of course, like we would have to sit down and analyze those things, which we don't have time for that today. But you were still talking about a population that is literally 1/3 of the American one. So like best case scenario, if you were talking about, let's say that percentage wise, the Philippines and America would have the same sort of percentage of like gun deaths. Let's put it this way. The rough numbers for the Philippines would be like at least 1/3 the number of America. And we all know that when it comes to data presentation and things like this, in debates like this, people use whatever is better for their narrative. If the rough numbers are better than percentages, they will use rough numbers. If percentages are better than rough numbers, they will use like rough numbers. And we gotta that is something that now sparked my interest. I wanna check those rates for the Philippines, but America is just way too big. Of course you're gonna have like bad numbers, bad like overall numbers. But then you have Brazil, which has like less than 20 million guns, which is not even 10% of what America has, and has like murder rates literally that could vary from twice the American rate to like 3 times the American rate. So if you're just gonna use like rough numbers as your parameter, you're gonna find inconsistencies in speeches from both sides. Both the side that says that more guns equals less violence, but also both in the side that says that more guns equal less crimes. It varies a lot from place to place.
Yeah, it's not always the quantity that correlates to the numbers of gun violence and whatnot. It could
violence overall.
Yeah, pretty much any violence, but specifically since we're talking about guns, that it's not only limited to quantity and whatnot. Again, we can sit here all day talking about the different variables that that plays into those numbers.
Yeah, but, exactly. Yeah. And I mean, he's still like the defensive gun use thing. He still haven't talked about this. So let's keep going.
And let alone.
It's almost at the end, boys. Don't worry. I will release you from dice shackles very soon. Because I also need to go to the bed. To the bed. My bad.
I kind of need to go now since the bathroom. I'll be here real quick.
All right.
Loaded firearm there on the table with kids 1, 2, 3 years old. Yeah. I don't know why. You need some rules. Yeah. Our government, they support shooting clubs. Yeah. They do support ammo. Mm-hmm. They support shooting ranges. Yeah. They support the guys who are going to a shooting range. You need rules. Yeah. You need to have it.
Yeah.
As if in America there were no rules, right? As if it would literally be like that cyberpunk meme of you go into a vending machine and getting a submachine gun from it.
It should be that way.
Yeah, it would be fun, but it's not like that.
I want my vending machine gun.
Right. I want to buy a micro Uzi from a vending machine, and then buy a Coke like in the one next door.
So, here's my conclusion in all of this. I went into this story thinking that I was going to tell a policy story, like how different policies would affect gun culture. And it totally took a different route because I learned sort of halfway through that guns are a symbol. They are a symbol. Yes, they're a weapon. Yes, they are a sports tool, but they are also a symbol for the people who wield them. The way we see guns is deeply influenced by the stories and the myths of our societies. Switzerland and the United States have two very different stories, and because of that, they have two very different gun cultures. For Switzerland,
Having armed citizens who were trained with weapons is what kept them neutral and safe as a group, as a collective. The United States admired this and tried to copy it, and they did for a while. But soon, the demands of an expanding empire allowed that vision to fade and turned the meaning of guns into something different, making it a right for individuals to protect themselves. Most guns in America are not used to protect people. That's not what they're used for.
Yes, they are.
They're often used at a shooting range or hunting or to end someone's life. They're used for.
All right.
So that's self-defense.
That is the worst. I think that is the most harmful affirmation that he does in the entire video.
Yeah.
Like,
And also by his logic, most Swiss guns are used at the shooting range and hunting as well.
No, he completes the thing. He completes the thing saying that the majority of them, it's like shooting ranges, hunting, and harming other people.
Being an offensive weapon, it's not true.
Yes, it's not true. And I mean, I always like to, because, you know, we could sit here and we could talk about like the whole CDC thing, like the CDC research did in the 90s by the Clinton administration, that they wanted to use the data to corroborate like one of their many like gun control bills and etc. that tried to push for this result that defensive gun uses in America were very far between. They weren't as common, and like the research showed like the completely opposite, and they just like shoved that thing in like the deepest file that they could find and forgot about didn't use that thing because it didn't corroborate with their narrative. We could sit here and talk about that particular thing and how that works a lot, but I have something that I usually tell people when it comes to this, when it comes to the whole gun debate and how most guns are used for good things, which is it's a very simple like analogy, right? If you think about planes, a commercial plane, right? The majority of the planes, you literally have like thousands of planes going throughout the world on a daily basis, and the majority of these planes are used to what? Take people from one place and deliver them to another place, right? That's what the majority of them are used for. Every now and then, one of these things crashes and becomes a story, but it's not the rule, it's the exception. Every now and then, one of these things get kidnapped by a terrorist that throws it into like a bunch of towers in New York, but that's not the rule, that's an exception. Same goes for cars. Like a car, it's something made to take someone from place A to place B. Literally millions of cars are used on a daily basis in every fucking country around the world to take people from point A to point B. Yes, there are cars that used to commit crimes. There are cars that are driven by drunken people that run people over and kill them. There are cars that are even used to like blatantly run people over on purpose. But that doesn't mean that the majority of the cars are being used for something nasty, like a nasty final objective. So why would it be different with a gun, which is just like another tool?
Yeah, that's basically why I usually chalk it down to a gun is simply that of a tool, and it's already made for its purpose, and it's capable of doing, you know, many things like shooting at the range, shooting can, harming people and whatnot. It's in terms of it being made for its purpose, okay, fine, it does has its purpose, but adding the hands that uses it, you change up its purpose. It is literally that of the human element that gives it another purpose, or the same purpose that it's made for.
Yes, and I mean, based on the sheer amount of guns that you have in America and those crime numbers, I'm not saying that those crime numbers are good. I'm not saying that the violence rates are good, and I know that America, if compared to a lot of other like more developed, developed countries, the country has like some bad violence rates in general. But also, no other country in the world has as many guns as America. Not developed nor like under development. No one has as many guns as America. And if you assume that a car will more likely to be used to take someone from point A to point B, and that a plane will do the same thing, if you assume that a kitchen knife will more often than not will most likely to be used to cook food, a hammer to build a house, why the fuck do you assume that a gun that has like so many different uses, you can use that thing to hunt, you can use that thing to have fun at the range in the end of the weekend, you can like practice sports with that thing, you can
open up a beer bottle with that fucking thing.
If
so
it's a
know.
Makarov.
No, you can use a 7.62. You use a 7.62 AK mag to open a beer bottle. You can use a Makarov, the front frame of a Makarov to open a beer bottle.
Yeah.
You can use a
Galil
Galil bipod retaining clip to open a beer bottle.
You can use the magwell of a 1911 and catch it right between the foot end of the magwell and with the mag kind of protruding out a little bit. And there you go. I have a picture of that, of a dude literally opening up a bottle of Red Horse with a 1911.
I mean, another thing? I'm sure you could probably find a mod, a Picatinny rail mod that could be a beer bottle opener.
Oh yeah,
put it on
definitely.
anything Picatinny.
I mean, we joke about these things. We're joking about these things, but it's just a tool, and it's not that I don't understand. I understand why people do this. I understand why people say things like this guy said, that guns are not mostly used to defend people, which is, we understand why people say this. They want to like share this misinformation that guns are mostly a bad thing. You know, the first use of a gun will always be to harm someone. But like, even though we understand, it's still infuriating because it doesn't make any sense. It's the sort of thing that if you literally stop and think about it for like 1 minute, you realize that it's just a tool and it doesn't make any sense, especially if you compare to other things that are also just as tools. And when a guy says something like this, if someone went through the entirety of this video and didn't realize that this guy was being very biased with his objective, I'm pretty sure this is like the final nail in the coffin. Like this is like absolutely you can't argue with that. Like you can't ignore that, you know, like saying something like this, spreading a message like this. It's sad because the video itself, it is very entertaining, but it contains a lot of misinformation. It contains a lot of misconceptions. It contains a lot of prejudice, and in the end of the day, it's just another attempt to portray, you know, savages in America and people that value gun rights as a natural and individual thing as inferior people and people that should, you know, like be treated in an inferior way if compared to, well, the noble European guys that only think about the collective and are more than willing to accept any sort of government regulation or restriction when it comes to their personal freedoms. And that is the message that they are trying to spread here. Unfortunately, very unfortunately, because like I've said, I came with this thing with like an open mind. I really wanted to be a video, like a very positive video, like that one you sent me about the gun culture in the Philippines, Louie. But unfortunately, it wasn't the case.
No.
Do you guys want to like add something?
He switched it around in the end, which is kind of shitty.
Yeah.
Like again,
doesn't
this is just
sorry.
Nope. This is just pretty much like misinformation through selected filtering of a bigger picture.
Mm-hmm.
And
Exactly.
he only chose the bits and parts that that caters to his narrative on the issue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And pretty much I was aiming to set an agenda against American gun culture.
Yeah, it is. So I was. Tell me here, boys. Was I safe to say? Was I correct when I say that pretty much like 80% of the video was actually somewhat entertaining, and then he just fumbled in the end and ruined the entire thing?
I kind of already knew that it was gonna go that way though, but I do value that it is also informative. At least it did brought issue, even though they were handpicked though. It brought real world issues that maybe most folks would already know and all that stuff. The whole thing with the historical background, Switzerland with the regulated militia, that was pretty cool. Not gonna lie about that. I did not knew that was a model for the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Third Congress, and all that stuff. That was pretty cool. I like that, and it was visually aided nicely. But again, that was not enough to for some people with more keen eyes on trying to set an agenda and all that stuff. So yeah, that didn't really pass me by. I did caught on to that after a while, but I do, at least for the information that he selected to present, it's informative, yes, and it's visually appealing. But yeah, at the end of the day, I would not be passing every single information that that Johnny here put through. So that's where I would address to the responsibilities of the audience or the viewers, that you guys also have, like what we're doing right now. Even though that he's spoon feeding us and presenting all this information and whatnot, we picked up on what he was intentionally trying to do, which was setting an agenda that is against American gun culture, trying to put it in a bad light, right? We picked up on that, and we tried to filter and bring light and fill up those gaps that he is hopefully people that would hopefully go over people's heads and believe everything that he's trying to present here. Some people that has more keen or is more informative about the other stuff that should cater to the audience or viewers' responsibilities on filtering what is misinformation and what is fact.
Yeah, but I again, like, this is personally, I don't know about you guys, but personally, even though like the part about the history was very well produced, especially that animation, I really like that animation. It reminded me a lot of Kingdom Come, like I've said. This is not a video I would recommend to someone, especially someone that doesn't have a lot of knowledge about guns and gun culture, especially American gun culture, because I am pretty sure they would be convinced by whatever the guy was trying to say. And I think that's the biggest thing, because the three of us right here, we do have a little bit of knowledge about these things. You know, some people are more than others. Some people, you guys definitely have more experience, like real life experience with these things than I do. But not everyone is connected to this sort of world, right? And for like the untrained people, the untrained eyes, the untrained minds, they would definitely believe in every single word that this guy is saying. So that's why, like, I think when it comes to content like this, I am pretty sure you can find content on YouTube that talks about like this particular part of Swiss history with a vision that is not as biased as his, or even, you know, somewhat of a pro-gun vision. I'm pretty sure he's not the only one that tackled this particular subject in YouTube or in the internet as a whole. But I need to say that that's why when it comes to ordinary people that are not connected to this world like we are, please don't believe whatever thing you find on YouTube. You know, actually, like, if you find a video like this, you may watch this, you know, but especially if it's about a subject that is very, let's say, touchy, very divisive, like gun culture and gun rights and etc., make sure to check for other sources as well. You know, make sure to check for sources that have like different views on the subject. And if you're sitting here, cross references. But the thing is, sometimes the person is not into that particular subject enough to actually sit down and do like a lot of research about it. Not everyone is retarded like we are every now and then. But like,
some people don't have the patience. Probably they would just go like to like well, conventionally, almost everyone just want to look up a quick information grab, and pretty much the closest thing they get to are sources like these, unfortunately.
But again, like, seeing this video, you can easily, even if you were not like if even if you didn't have like a trained eye or anything like that, you could realize that this guy, he's trying to show that American gun culture is a problem, right? And if you come across a particular subject that you might not be like really interested, but like somehow you watch the video and it sparked at least a little bit of curiosity in you, and you realize that, well, this guy is talking like very bad about this thing, you know, or very good about this thing, try to look for like a different video with a different approach. You know, if you watch like a video of this guy, for example, maybe try to watch a video about like one of the many gun tubers that are out there talking about like similar things. You know, you have a bunch of channels nowadays that talk about like crime rates and their connection to like guns and gun rights and the legality of these things and the history behind it. So there is definitely not lack of information when it comes to that. So just make sure to look for different sources and come to a conclusion yourself, you know, because then you can kind of come across things like what we've done here today. Oh my God, not the Katyusha barrage. No. Oh my God, X-Men. Oh. We are almost finishing here, X. I'm sorry, but we've been sitting here for 5 hours, boys. I'm sorry I talked too much.
It's fine.
Oh yeah, well, I mean that's why we're here.
Yeah,
to talk too much about gun culture and whatnot, right? It's a part of a gun cast.
Yeah,
Never
I
say
hope
nothing
you are.
special, right?
I hope you're doing fine, X. But yeah, just make sure to go out there, look for different sources, look for different like perspectives, and
the Filipino flag.
The
My
PTSD.
PTSD intensive. Putang ina.
Oh my god, they started talking their indigenous language.
Oh no.
I can only speak pork and
Ang
cheese,
liit ng
bro.
mga bata, gago, yawa.
Oh no. At least give me some Filipino food and you're free to speak as much as you want. Bribe me with food. That is definitely a sort of bribe that I
You
would
definitely
take.
do lower. Okay, the usually like the go-to food for anyone, like a new friend from Filipino friend, is the pork adobo. Everyone
That
knows
sounds like
about
it has a
Filipino
lot of
adobo.
pork in it.
Oh yeah. Hey, well, I
Oh.
mean, you can. I mean, pork to Filipinos is just pretty much like how guns are to Americans. You can't separate.
Oh
You
yeah,
can't separate the guns from Americans.
Pork is a big thing. Pork is a big thing in my neck of the woods.
Mhm.
In your
That's,
what?
That's our base barbecue is pork.
In
We
his
don't
neck
have
of the
steak.
woods.
Oh,
We don't
okay.
use
In the
a
neck of the
steak
woods
barbecue.
means,
We
yeah.
use pork.
Oh, pork barbecue is amazing.
I love it.
All right, but it's already too late. I think we can call it a day for today. Do you guys like? Do you
You want to finish
particular?
up the last of the video, or will that be it?
No, that's pretty much like the end of it. Like the guy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
let's finish this
the video
thing.
is like 2 minutes of. It's like a minute.
Yeah, let's
Most
finish this
guns
thing.
in America are not used to protect people. That's not what they're used
Fuck
for.
you,
They're often used
John.
at a shooting range or
Go
hunting
suck a
or
cock.
to end someone's life. And yet to the people who hold fast to their firearms as a right, they feel like any change to that, any legislation to change or to limit those guns is a taking away of their right.
Cake analogy.
The way I see
Cake
it,
analogy.
as long as
Let
guns
me give you the cake
are
analogy.
an individual right associated with personal protection and personal liberty, not a lot's going to change in America. We certainly don't stand a chance of having a culture anything like what we've seen here in Switzerland.
Like, see, he
What
pretty much
are you talking about?
he pretty much says that Americans are uncultured swines with that
Yeah.
sentence, bro.
We'll not be able to have anything of a gun culture like Switzerland. Meanwhile, the communities that actually literally have those sessions just like over there in Switzerland, maybe not as big of a magnitude like in the culture and whatnot, but look, those are good sessions nonetheless. What the fuck is he talking about?
Some of the nicest
They're
people
totally
I've
being
ever met
ignored.
have been at the gun range.
Yeah, or even at
Bunch of random people.
competitions and whatnot.
No,
yeah,
and let's be
being
real
ignored.
here. And let's be real here. With like less than 9 million people in the entirety of Switzerland, like how many of those people are actually gun enthusiasts? And if you again, like using rough numbers, if you compare that with the amount of the population of the US and like how many gun enthusiasts there are there, I'm sorry, but like gun culture in America is like hundreds of times like stronger and more not I could even say like relatable than anything that Switzerland has. And I'm not saying that one is better than the other. I'm just saying that it's way bigger, and the guy's like, oh, we can never reach this level. Like, what do you mean?
Having
I don't know.
culture,
It's just him.
anything like
It's just him poo pooing.
Again, it's agenda setting.
Yeah,
what we've seen
That's
here in
basically it.
Switzerland. And that's a shame to me. That's a shame.
Yeah, that's a shame. It's a shame
This
that
guy has clearly never actually gone to a U.S. gun range and interacted with the gun community.
no, and I want to bring your attention to something, because in the beginning of the video he tells someone that he shot a shotgun when he was younger, right?
In
Going
the
to the
woods and got,
backward.
like,
Yeah,
cancer
exactly. And when he goes to the bunker range, the guy asks him if he shot a gun before, and he's like, "No, I never shot the gun before.
This is like my second day." Blah blah blah.
Yeah, so I'm like, okay, so which one,
Oh,
buddy?
I did see that with that other guy in his house. I think.
Wait, what?
The one Swiss dude in the glasses, when he went to his house,
yeah.
the first thing he says, "Can I see your gun?" He did
Yeah.
said something like that. He never fired a gun prior to like 2 days ago, right?
Yeah. So
that was after when
it's
he
a
said
weird
that he
thing.
fired a shotgun. Yeah.
Okay, just like before we go, I literally... Is it this guy? No, it's not this guy. Oh, I wanted to find out where he was from, just to make fun if he was from California.
He probably is. Let's be
He
honest.
probably
based off
is.
his
Check his
accent,
LinkedIn or
definitely
something.
Californian accent.
Say what, Louis? Sorry.
Maybe you can be able to check his LinkedIn.
Yeah.
If he has
Oh
one.
no, it would give me way too much trouble, and I'm not willing to do that today. Bruh. All right. Now, you in particular, Snake, like, would you like to add something related to the video? Because Louis already added this stuff.
Nah, you pretty much said everything I was gonna say. I had said the points I wanted to say because like I said, a lot of people outside the U.S. think the U.S. just doesn't have gun laws. We do.
Yeah.
Even though I think those gun laws are infringements, but that's a whole nother story.
Yeah, that's a different discussion that we could do on another day, and that would be another, like, at least 4 to 5 hours of conversation.
Yeah.
All right. So, well, I guess that's it for today, folks. I really appreciate you guys sitting down here and doing this thing with me. I couldn't. Oh my God, I can speak English. I was not going to be able to do that without you guys. I really appreciate your help here. But yeah, I guess that's it for today. I think, let me see if I can actually raid someone because of this multi-streaming right here.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Pull through is streaming right now.
I know. I was
the
funny tactical game. Okay. So we will, like, for those who are on Twitch, we'll be raiding Pot now. Pot is a guy from Singapore. He's a very nice friend of me and Louie. He does have Tourette's, so if you guys hear anything kind of weird and sus, it's because of his condition. And try to bully him with the midget butt sex because that's his favorite one. So that's pretty much it, folks. That's pretty much it. I really appreciate everyone that joined us today, and I'll see you guys next week. Say bye, bye, fellas.
Bye.
See you guys.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.